We are now live to YouTube.
All right, everybody, welcome, bienvenue en ligne. I'd like to thank our media and broadcast partners for covering today's meeting. I'd like to begin by stating that it's with deep respect and gratitude that I preside over the first council meeting with the wampum belt on display here in the council chambers, as those of you who are here in the chambers can see in front of me, and those on TV will see in a couple of the frames. It was an honor last year to participate in a ceremony for the presentation of the wampum belt between Garden River and Sault Ste. Marie on National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And this year we are recommitting to the bond that was forged last year at the one-year anniversary gathering next week. The wampum belt is a bond. It's a visual and spiritual connection between the city of Sault Ste. Marie and Garden River, and it reflects our mutual commitments. It reminds us of the trust we are called upon to uphold as we strive to live together in a good way that honors our shared history and looks forward to a brighter, more inclusive future. Our journey towards reconciliation is ongoing, and it is built on a foundation of respect for rights, culture, and wisdom of Indigenous people and practices who have been in this area for time immemorial. The wampum belt and the presentation of it and the placement of it, here in the council chambers is another step on that journey and brings us closer together as friends, as partners, and as neighbors. The belt and the values it embodies will guide us as we work to continue to collaborate on initiatives that uplift and support both the City of Sault Ste. Marie and Garden River First Nation. And having it here in the council chambers will be a constant reminder of our shared responsibilities to each other, to future generations, and to the land that sustains us. So I've invited here tonight Daryl Boisneau and Caitlin Neveu. Caitlin, who works for the city, and Daryl from Garden River First Nation, former chief and cultural advisor at Garden River and cultural advisor at Anishinaabe Police Service, who are going to open the meeting with a smudge and I believe a few words as well.
I have my back towards someone, please apologize for that. Wayne Bajun do we maganaduk, nit magabo and go. The maid odem, Kitiganzi be donjba, Ujiboy Nishnabe now. Miguch, Minigijigan no go, Nishnabe, Anishnabe que. Miguch, no Mishomasonic, no Commissionatic. Good evening, brothers and sisters, city council members. It's certainly an honor for me to be here, and I waited a long time for this evening. The wampum belt and the pelt presented to the city was almost a year ago, soon, next week actually, that we gifted this special gift to city and the citizens of Sault Ste. Marie. This wampum belt was probably about 3 to 4 years in the making. And I consulted with those experts, Anishinaabe experts who know how to make these wampum belts and the particular design that came with it. For our people, our wampum belts is a record of our history, and it tells a story. It tells a story of different relationships, tells a story of relationships with the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois people, tells relationships with the Dakota people. It tells a story about the different agreements that we made across Turtle Island for hundreds and thousands of years. And the great chief from Garden River, Chief Shingwak, passed a number of these wampum belts to other nations, but in particular to the British. The British who we became allies with. And as you may know or not know, Chief Shingwak fought alongside General Brock in the War of 1812, and hence created the two countries of the United States of America and Canada. And we give credit and acknowledgement to Chief Shingwak because we might be Americans today. And he fought hard for our sovereignty, and he fought hard for us to be Canadians today. And He also gifted these wampum belts during treaty making as well. And treaty making occurred here on the lands of Bawating, which is the original name of this place. The colonial name, of course, is Sault Ste. Marie. And these belts have very, not just historical significance, but they're spiritual in nature, and they are sacred as well. And although this particular belt is not made out of the shells, the original shells, but they're a replica of those shells, it still has a true meaning of what the mayor had talked about, a relationship between the city of Sault Ste. Marie and Garden River First Nation. Our principal relationship is with the British Crown. And when Canada became a nation in 1867, they inherited that relationship from the British. And therefore, they promised to uphold the promises within the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850. And principal to that promise was, in Chingwak's vision, was that it's how we are going to coexist with one another. How we're going to coexist with one another as family, as friends, as neighbors, as good citizens of the world. And Chief Chingwak's vision continues to flow through the memory and the blood of the people of Garden River. And 3 years ago, when we embarked on this journey of bringing the wampum belt to the city of Sault Ste. Marie under then Chief Andy Rickard, it brought this really empowering and strengthful relationship between the two communities. And we know that Mayor Shoemaker is really committed to this process, as well as City Council and the staff. As a result of developing this ongoing relationship, we also held cultural competency training. And that's important because we need to address the stigma, we need to address the racism and discrimination that our people face on a daily basis when we come to your city. And through education and awareness, we know that we can overcome some of those ideas that people have about us. And creating that positive relationship is important as well. We also, when we had this ceremony a year ago on September the 30th, in commemoration of Orange Shirt Day, it was the message delivered to Mayor Shoemaker and Chief Karen Bell that every year, moving into the future, regardless of who sits in this seat or around this seat, these council member seat, and similarly in Garden River, whoever is the chief or the council members in Garden River will continue to commemorate this day. And that's the commitment to our relationship. That's the commitment to our relationship. We know that it'll be 10 years coming this November, December, that the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was released. And within that report, there were 94 calls to action 10 years ago. And we know for a fact that out of those 94 calls to action, probably only 8 have been acted upon in 10 years. So it tells all of us, not just people from the Indigenous community and Anishinaabe community, but all of us, we have lots of work ahead of us. If we are going to look for reconciliation, if we're going to look for healing, then we all need to speak the truth. And the truth sometimes is difficult. And we need to make sure that the deniers out there who say a lot of these things that happened to our people in Canada didn't, that we need to raise that question as well. So this relationship, this special relationship with this wampum belt is going to help all of us move closer together with one another as brothers and sisters. The beaver fur that you see where this wampum belt is resting on is to remind all of us is that there's a place of comfort for all of us. Because in addition to what you see, the wampum belt and the beaver fur, there's also a fire. And that's to bring comfort and warmth to each and every one of us. When our people invited people to our communities, we gave them the best that we had. If it was just a cup of water, tea, or cookie, whatever we had, we gave what we had. If we had in abundance, we gave what we had, we shared. What little we had, we shared that as well. So sharing that fire, so it continues to burn in the memory of both communities, and that you'll find comfort and peace and harmony in that beaver pelt, and that wampum belt will continue to tell the story about the truth about two communities that came together in a time of great need. That when the city, when there's prosperity for the city, we will prosper as well. When Garden River has prosperity, the city will prosper as well. So that means that we coexist with one another with mutual respect and understanding. And the 30th of next week is that first anniversary of commemorating this special relationship. I got to give credit to the Mayor Shoemaker and his council, and to Chief Bell and her council for having that vision and determination and commitment to heal the differences of our two communities. And our petition to all of you who are here and those who are online is that to find it in your heart to do good. Find it in your heart to be kind. The world is in a difficult place today, and we don't need more hate. We need more kindness and generosity. And if you see a brother or sister who is in need, reach out and help them. We have many of our people living on the streets here in the city of Sault Ste. Marie, who wake up each morning not knowing if they're going to eat. So we need to be kind. We don't know their story, right? And some of us are privileged to wake up each morning with food, shelter, and clothing. And that's what we need to do. We know this is a place of debate. You know, you can have healthy debates, but it's also a place of democracy where we treat each other equally. No one is greater than the other. We're all equal. And when it's our time to be called back to the spirit world, that's where we journey to. We leave nothing. We give it all back to Creator and creation. So I'm happy this evening to have Caitlin, a city staff member here in the city, who's going to help me to smudge these sacred items here today, and that next week we're going to carry them into Pretend Lodge that we're going to set up at the Bondar Place, and encourage you to come and watch, participate. This belongs to you as well, not just the city council. It belongs to all of us, to both communities. And I think when we're able to do that, it just creates a better world to live in. And I think that's what we all strive for. Like you love your children, you love your grandchildren, you love your nieces, your nephews, you love people around your immediate family, you love your community. So do we. I love my children with all my heart. I'm proud of my daughter. I'm proud of my sons. I encourage them every day to do the best they can. But here's the most important message I could tell my children. I love you. I love you. I say that because many of us in our communities grew up not hearing those words, either in Indian residential schools or day schools or in 60 schools. Colonization is not a place for anybody to grow up. But this changes the world. Very unique, No other municipality in Canada has this. So you need to be proud. You need to be proud of what you have received here and to really cherish it and understand it and tell your children about it. And they'll tell their children. And they'll tell their children. 7 generations into the future, they'll be still talking about what we did here today. So I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to your council members for inviting me here this evening. It's my honor and my privilege to be here. I've been in these chambers before for other matters, but this is the best time to be here today, to tell you the truth. And thank you for having me. And I'm going to ask Caitlin to light this sacred medicine. It's sage. And the sage, its purpose is it's to bring good energy, right? You want good energy in the things that we do. And smudging this is going to help create this sacred and solemn items that we have here today, these endowments. So, miigwech, Mr. Mayor, and miigwech to your city council members and to all of our friends who are here with us tonight and online. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Daryl. Miigwech, Caitlin.
See that? Nobody got hurt.
Thank you, Council, for permitting that. I'd like to move into the more formal part of the agenda, or perhaps might seem informal after the formality of that, but Madam Clerk, adoption of minutes.
I've got a motion by Councillors Gardy and Vezoel and resolved minutes of regular council meeting of September 2, 2025 be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
Under agenda item 4, declaration of pecuniary interest, Mayor Shoemaker has declared with respect to agenda item 7.10, the Seniors Drop-In Center Extension Agreement and associated bylaw 2025-140 as one of the parties to the agreement is a client of the law firm. And I haven't received any others.
Other conflicts, Council? Seeing none.
Under agenda item 5, I have a motion by Councillors Gardy and Vezoel and resolved that the agenda for September 22, 2025 City Council meeting and addenda number 1 and 2 as presented be approved.
All in favor? That carries.
And planning scheduled for 5 p.m. It's with respect to application A725Z, the repeal and replacement of Schedule A to Bylaw 2025-127. There isn't a motion specific to this, but there is a bylaw that would be read under consent with bylaws.
So is there anyone here to speak in favor of the repeal and replacement of Schedule A to Bylaw 2025-127? I thought perhaps there multiple people in the audience would be here for that. No? Anyone here to speak in opposition to that? Okay, council, is there any questions on that? Okay, seeing none, we can vote on that in bylaws.
Then that will bring us to agenda item 6.1 is the presentation on wind farm project. Will Colucci project lead, Toby Shepard, Community Engagement Manager, EDF Power Solutions, are in attendance, as well as Jim Tate, Senior Director of Energy, Batchewana First Nation.
Welcome to council. If you could introduce yourselves, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm William Colucci, project developer with EDF Renewables, and with me today is Toby Shepard, our Community Engagement Manager, and Jim Tate, Senior Director of Energy with Batchewana First Nation. Great. So I know we don't have a ton of time. I'll do my best to stick to the schedule, and of course, we'll be available for any questions. First, I'll skip through the company overview. Just a couple notes I'd like to highlight is EDF, we're not just a developer of projects, we're the owner and operator of our assets as well. We have over, sorry if you mind going to the next slide. We have 18 gigawatts of projects currently in development or operation in North America. And in Ontario specifically, we operate and maintain 30 competitive projects. So again, not just a developer, but really owner and operator. And one of our strongest skill sets is in the operation and maintenance of long-term projects. Otherwise, I'll sort of skip through the portfolio slides, and that way we can spend our 3 minutes on project specifics and project benefits. So if you don't mind sort of moving through, maybe I'll just quick highlight. Jim is here to represent our proposed partnership with Batchewana First Nation. EDF, we have over 1,700 megawatts of projects currently with the First Nation partner in Canada and the United States. So it's something that we really try and emphasize. And Jim is here to help sort of explain our ongoing relationship with Batchewana. So if there's any questions on that, Jim would be happy to provide more context and detail.
Councilors, Mayor. Jim Tate, Senior Director of Energy for Batchewana First Nations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I guess we just wanted to highlight from a Batchewana community perspective that the Canuck Wind Project is located within our traditional territory. As stewards of the land, we are guided by the teachings from Wadding and remain committed to responsible and respectful development. We're actively advancing partnership discussions with EDF, showing a genuine willingness to engage in meaningful dialogue. These discussions focus on aligning the project with our energy strategies, our economic goals, and long-term vision for financial sovereignty. Of course, this request tonight follows the LT2 RFP process, and to recognize that we're looking for that municipal support. Just in closing, Batchewana First Nation is committed to collaboration that benefit our community, respect the land, and support future generations. Respect your consideration and look forward to continued support.
So yeah, there's some slides on the context of the RFP itself. And I think, this is not the first project you've heard, so I won't spend too much time in the ISO process, but again, happy to answer any questions on that if helpful. I think what I would just maybe quickly highlight, project bids for the LT2 are due October 16th next month. Award date is April 14th of next year. And we are here to request a municipal support resolution, which again, I don't think is new to council, but again, just want to reiterate that the MSR itself is not an approval of any sense in terms of permits. It doesn't allow us to move forward with the project. It just simply states that we have the ability to continue to develop the project and submit it into the ISO bid. Now we can sort of jump to the project itself, project information. So very quickly, we're in Sault Ste. Marie for a few different reasons, primarily strong wind resource, a willing community. We've been able to sign land for the project with private landowners, and transmission dictates where projects go. There's enough capacity in the area for these projects. The project site we're looking at is on the screen here. We've currently signed about 4,000 acres of land with private landowners. Ultimately, the project itself, we're looking at 150 megawatt site, citing, we haven't made final tech selection yet, but we're looking at maybe 20 to 30 turbines for the area overall. The project scope is not solely within Sault Ste. Marie boundaries. We are looking at moving into the unorganized townships north of Sault Ste. Marie as well. So the map itself is showing the impact, potential impact within Sault Ste. Marie and the lands that we have currently signed. Yeah, Toby can maybe highlight some of the quick community benefits and things we're proposing for this project.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thanks for the time here today. Yeah, so we've worked on a few different community benefit agreements with city staff. One is based on the project size, so it's you may be familiar with this, but it's a $3,000 commitment to the city per megawatt that's built on this project. That would be throughout the life of the project. There's also a community fund it's targeted more locally. So the previous amount that I mentioned it would go directly to the city for city priorities, whereas the community fund is more like we would like to have a direct impact on initiatives that the community is interested in supporting. So typically those are around education, recreation, or community building efforts. So we've had the picture that's up there is an example from our Romney Wind project, which is in Chatham, Kent. And we've had a lot of success with that project, donated over $150,000 through the life so far, again, to support those community initiatives. So we'd like to do the same thing here with this project. As well, there's obviously benefits to landowners who are participating in the project, as well as EDF would cover any increase in the tax burden to properties participating in this project. Go to the next slide. There's also, just from the construction of the project, trying to put some framework around that. We are gonna, it's a relatively large commitment of CapEx, of capital expenditures, and we would spend as much of that locally as possible. You could think renting equipment, concrete, rebar. There's several examples on the screen, but our commitment is to try to hire locally as possible, procure any goods that we need to build the project as locally as possible. Yeah, so that's, try to be pretty brief. Obviously, we're here to answer your questions. Anything that we can, any further information we can provide in support of this project or in relation to this project, we'd be happy to take those questions now. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Council questions on this project? Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I think it's fair to say many of us are pro-environment, pro-green, and looking for the best alternatives to have electrical capacity. So having said that, I do recognize globally that wind energy is basically flexing its muscles. We do have wind turbines already up in the Gros Cap area, up in the Montreal River area, and so forth. I know my stats will be outdated because you're the experts, but I know that as of 2020, more than 100 countries jumped onto the wind turbine idea. And I believe Denmark continues to be the main country that leads wind turbines and supports it, which is all very good. I believe it's about 41% of their electricity. So all very positive. Can you please comment? And as you know, since being a councillor, I'm here to represent my constituents. So these questions are as a result of different emails and phone calls I've received. First question, can you comment on the birds? Research has shown, and constituents are concerned, that with these wind turbines, there's unfortunately will be an abundance of collisions of birds being impacted. There's sightings in around the globe that many birds have been unfortunately killed. And if you can comment on that.
Through you, Mayor, to Councilwoman. So this is something that is part of the full suite of environmental surveys that needs to be completed for the project through the REA process, the renewable energy approval. Ontario has some of the most strict regulations for permitting and siting of wind turbines in North America. And large of that is based on the exact comment you mentioned. So part of the process is making sure that turbines are not sited in migratory bird paths, critical habitats for birds. This is all studied extensively to make sure that turbines are not sited in areas that would lead to any sort of large increase in bird deaths. And it's not just birds, it's bats as well. And beyond that, there's operating parameters that we need to follow, curtailment strategies that the province puts in place. And if we are exceeding the regulatory amount, then we have to curtail our project even further to make sure that we're not having an increased impact. We can also happy to share specific numbers on bird deaths and wind turbines. It's relatively quite low compared to many other sort of aspects that kills birds. Cats, for example, kill about 50 times more birds than a turbine project will. Not to say windows and cars, and there's a large list of things that kill far more birds than turbines. It does happen, but the numbers will actually show that it's quite low, and through the Ontario Standard requirements, it's even less.
Okay, thank you. Just a few other questions. The other question, again, from constituents, were landscape. Basically dotting all of our beautiful landscape. Can you comment on that?
For sure. So the way we operate at EDF, we sit down with individual landowners who look to participate in the project, and this is also that we do this with any neighbors who are interested as well. And we work with the community to try and find optimal positions for turbines to lessen the impact of people's view shed. Obviously, a lot of people live in this part of the country for their views, and they want to maintain that. So we work with the local community to try and put things in the best position to limit any impact on view shed. I think what's also notable is the project size that we're proposing is very similar to the Prince Wind Farm. That project had over 100 turbines. We're able to now build the same project size with only 20 to 30 turbines. So we're trying to focus our position to have the lowest visual mitigation, lowest impact to constituents. And what we also provide is sitting down with concerned citizens and doing visualization models. That way they understand what this project might look like.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to, gosh, heaven forbid, if you have to decommission any of these in the future. For example, I know that when a mine is set up or a gravel pit is established, once the life of the gravel pit or the mine is finished, it is in the laws that the company must decommission the mine or the gravel pit and put it back to its natural state. We know that wind turbines have a life to it. In the contract, will it state legally that once the turbine has seen its life, it has to be decommissioned? Would that be your responsibility, your right to bring it back down to the green land?
Absolutely. So with each one of our leases signed with the landowners is a full decommissioning clause that's in place, contractually obligated with each lease that we sign with every landowner. What we do is put up a bond to pay for that decommissioning. For whatever reason, if there's an incident where, end of project life, EDF is not around, that bond was put up in advance to pay. It's set up using inputs from a third party that will dictate the cost of decommissioning. And it's put aside that we cannot touch to pay for that. And to your point, yes, it's the way it's written in the lease is we have to restore it to its original condition or better. It's all surveyed well before any shovels go into the ground to make sure that we're meeting that requirement.
Okay. And with regards to, you mentioned that there's other communities you have worked with. Has there been any communities within the last 1 year to 5 years that have voted against your project?
So the Ontario market has been relatively quiet for the last 10 years. This is the first round of energy procurements that they're running for wind and solar generation. So this is our first pass, and so far we've had good success with our projects. We are still presenting to other councils, so there's still more to come. So to date, no, just because we haven't had this process. Now we have had success elsewhere in Canada. We just won a contract out in BC for a fairly large project there. Do you remember the exact size?
It's 200 megawatts.
200 mega project in BC. And we've won 3 contracts recently in Quebec as well. So this is our first time in Ontario since the new program, but we have had success elsewhere and no rejections yet.
Okay. So it's my understanding that there is over 150 Ontario municipalities that have passed resolutions declaring themselves unwilling to host new wind power. Can you comment on that?
Councillor Hollingsworth, it's about the project that's before us, not about what other communities are doing with respect.
I certainly agree with you, Your Worship. You're absolutely right. But as council, we need to be educated on this. So this is my question on this.
The question is not about the project that's before us. And so what other communities are doing generally with respect to wind power is not before us today.
I think I'll just finish off that thought then. There are some pros and cons, and thank you for answering my questions. And there's municipalities that have concerns. Two other questions. You're talking about the decommissioning, which is great. With regards to there's articles in Bloomberg. Can you comment on the project itself to make sure that you stay within the costs? And it's my understanding that there's no cost that's going to come back to the municipality.
Yes. So, we have subject matter experts that look at every aspect of our projects quite diligently. And the bid that we're proposing to the province is a binding bid, which means whatever we submit, we have to build. If we say, we're building a project at a certain price, we need to, that's the price that we're going to receive electricity for. As a result, if we make errors on our side and it ends up costing us a lot more to build the project, we're not seeing returns on that. So it's on us to make sure that we're modeling our projects accurately and submitting a bid that is representative of what the cost of the project actually will be during operations and maintenance. I think that's really the key point and why the province has structured it to be binding, is they want to make sure that every bid that's being submitted is taken seriously by developers. And there's large letters of credit being put in place as well prior to bid. So, we're making sure that the project we're proposing has been properly studied before we submit a price.
Okay. Thank you for that, because we don't want to see cost overruns. And I know, reading the history of your company, no fault to yours, according to Bloomberg, there has been overrun costs. So it sounds like you have done a good job in making sure that this project will be successful if it is supported. Thank you for answering my questions. And I know that in the past you have shut off wind turbines because of the birds before. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hollingsworth took a lot of my decommissioning questions, but I still have a few more through you, Mr. Mayor, to EDF. So it wasn't explicit in the report, but just based on some quick math, is the assumption that the lifespan of the project is to be 20 years?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Scott. The contract with the province is for 20 years. At the 20-year end of contract, there might be an opportunity to extend the life. The province is doing that right now with a lot of currently ongoing projects, but the project contract itself is for initial 20 years.
Right. And then one more just deeper dive into the decommission plan. I'm aware, like most of the metals and stuff, those can be recycled easily, but the composite materials, mostly around the blades, is your decommission plan generally just bring it to the landfill, or?
So we actually just signed big partnerships with a company in Quebec that recycles our turbines. A lot of it, I think it's up to 90% of the turbines now can be sort of chipped and reused. So there's a real intent to make sure that we're procuring equipment that does not end up in a landfill. Sort of defeats our goal of trying to create sustainable projects. So
I can comment on that a little bit more. Just to fill that out, so in 2023, EDF made a commitment that we'll either reuse, recycle, or recover 100% of decommissioned wind turbine blades from our projects. So to your point earlier, a lot of the turbine itself is recyclable, but the blades, they're more challenging to recycle. So our commitment is to either recycle those or recover them. So we're essentially saying we're not putting those decommissioned blades into landfills.
Great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Vizuela.
Thank you. I just have a question about your consultation process. So in your report, you have 2 to 3 years of community, municipal, and Indigenous consultation. Could you just kindly give us an overview of what that consultation looks like? How do you approach stakeholders, and how do you kind of share that information with other stakeholders that may have questions?
Sure. Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. If we're successful in this in this, well, first of all, this first step, if we get an MSR and we're able to bid and we're successful, that's where that sort of period of time kicks in. So Will mentioned earlier that we need to do a lot of studies. Those studies need to be shared with the public. So we will be hosting public information meetings to give updates on the project, as well as including some of those studies. So there'll be multiple opportunities for those public meetings. It will also continue engagement with the municipal staff on how the project is progressing. Obviously, there's many needs for us to come to the city with updates, sort of anything around permitting or official plan amendments, anything like that. So we would continue that engagement throughout those 2 to 3 years. And we know that we've mentioned our partnership with Batchewana, or our intention to partner with that First Nation. There's other Indigenous communities in the area that need to be consulted on projects that may not be within their traditional territory, but are certainly in the area. So that sort of outreach and consultation will be happening. Hopefully that gives you an idea, but those are some of the big sort of highlights over the next several years.
And in terms of the timeline, because you're looking at awarding the contract April 2026 and having a completion date of April 2030, how does all of that then tie in if you're doing, awarding the contract, doing this 2 to 3 years of consultation? So I'm just trying to understand better how the work can proceed if you haven't had that consultation piece completed yet, if you're looking at the project being completed within a 4-year time frame of the contract being awarded.
Right. So we would, let's say we were successful in April of 26. Those first 2 years would be primarily, will be many things, but including those environmental studies that I spoke about, and those public meetings with the city, meetings with other stakeholders to share information on how the project is progressing. Construction wouldn't start until, Will might be able to speak to this better, but I think 28 or 29. So a lot of that work would have to happen before any final construction plans are decided on, and then shovels go into the ground. And I'll just pause here in case Will wants to add some detail to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Toby touched on a lot of it, but the permitting process now, it's very strict. And to your earlier comment, I don't want to speak for the municipalities, but there were a lot of mistakes made 10 years ago, the last time there was a procurement in Ontario. Since then, the province has really flipped the script on how they cite these projects, and it's a very robust permitting process. It takes us over 2 years to permit a project, which is why you're seeing this project not actually hitting construction until 2028. So that will be the bulk of it. And as Toby mentioned, it's all public information through the MOE. They'll be put on our own project website, which will be up for this site. And so we'll share information that way as well. Our contact information is on the presentation that is on the agenda. Residents are more than willing to, or welcome to reach out to us, and we'll meet with them individually on top of the community meetings that we'll be hosting. And again, through our project or company contact page, people can reach out to us. So we always remain available outside of the structured community engagement to meet with concerned citizens or anyone that just wants more information.
Okay, and my last question is, you said you have some lands already signed. In terms of the lands that are already signed, what is the percentage of that in terms of what you need in completion of this project? Like, is it 10% or whatever?
Yeah, so a turbine footprint, including access roads, you're looking at maybe 2 acres of land. We've signed 4,000 acres of land that is within the study area. So we survey and study a much, much larger area than is needed for the project. Ultimately, you're looking at approximately 2 acres per turbine for 25 turbines, maybe 50 acres in total, and including access roads. And of course, we're going to work on the layout to make sure it's optimized to have the lowest impact. And again, access roads, everything is returned to original condition through decommissioning, unless a private landowner wants to keep the road for some reason for personal use, but that will also be restored.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezoel. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The majority of my questions have been asked by my colleagues, so I appreciate that. Just a couple of things and a couple of quick comments. First, I sincerely appreciate you guys coming with a lot, like all of the answers that we've needed here today so far. I do appreciate as well that you actually came with partnership from our Indigenous community. I think that is definitely one thing that I know is very important to this council. So the fact that you've already done that is extremely helpful for us as well. I just want to make a couple of things clear in terms of the process. So this is, and if I'm right, please correct me, this is just the next step in the process. We are not at a point where shovels are going in the ground, a plan is being made. This is the next step in the process, and in order for you to continue, and if this doesn't happen, you cannot continue on the process, correct?
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Councillor, that is correct. You cannot submit this project without your approval.
Okay, and assuming you get approval here today, you would move to the next step and move towards construction of this project, at which point it sounds like you've committed to not only hiring individuals from our community, but also from our Indigenous communities neighboring us, procuring items and things that you need for the project from this community and from our Indigenous community around us, which of course will have a tremendous economic impact on this entire area. And if this were not approved, would you move forward in another community? So in other words, would we be competing with other communities for this project?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor, we are proposing other projects in the province. Now the competition is twofold. It's not just, we are competing against projects across the province. Then there's also local competition, largely driven by transmission. So depending on, what other projects might come forward, the ISO will go through the stack of projects and award winners based on, a long list of criteria. So there's a bit of a local competition, general local to, this part of the province, but we will be competing against projects all across Ontario.
Right. So, I mean, from what I've seen in the report and I've seen from you folks here today, I'm happy to support this going forward. I think this is, I think you're on the right path here, and I'm happy to hear how you are going to continue those conversations in the future to actually build something with the community to not only enhance the area, enhance the province, but enhance the lives of people around here, and that you have what sounds like a very good plan, even though it's in its infancy. It sounds like you have a very good plan to go forward. So thank you for that. I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Other councillors? Okay. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
A motion by Councillors Gardy and Vezo-Allen, resolved that the report of the manager of business attraction dated September 22, 2025 concerning the proposed wind farm project be received, and that council approve the municipal support resolution as outlined below. Whereas the proponent is proposing to construct and operate a long-term energy project located on municipal project lands as defined and with the characteristics outlined in the table below under the long-term 2 energy supply window 1 request for proposals issued by the Independent Electricity System Operator, IESO. And whereas the capitalized terms not defined herein have the meanings ascribed to them in the LTT 2 RFP, and whereas the proponent has delivered a pre-engagement confirmation notice to an applicable local body administrator in respect of the municipal project lands that includes the details outlined in the table below, except for the unique project ID, which should only be required as part of the pre-engagement confirmation notice if available, and unique project ID of the long-term energy project if available to be determined by the IESO. The legal name of the proponent, Canuck Wind Project, Inc., the name of the long-term energy project, Canuck Wind Project, technology of the long-term energy project, wind, maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term energy project, 200 megawatts, a whole bunch of property identification numbers, representing the buildable area for the project. As the project continues to progress, some of these pins could adjust, for example, as a result of environmental studies. EDF has tried to be inclusive of all areas that could host equipment. EDF will communicate any changes to the City of Sault Ste. Marie as soon as possible. Whereas pursuant to the LT2 RFP, if the long-term energy project is proposed to be located in whole or in part on municipal project lands, the proposal must include municipal support confirmation, which may be in the form of a municipal resolution in support of proposal submission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Sault Ste. Marie supports the submission of a proposal for the long-term energy project located on the municipal project lands. This resolution's sole purpose is to satisfy the mandatory requirements of Section 42B3 of the LT2 LT2 RFP and may not be used for the purpose of any other form of approval in relation to the proposal or long-term energy project or for any other purpose. The proponent has undertaken or has committed to undertake Indigenous and community engagement activities in respect of the long-term energy project to the satisfaction of the municipality. The municipal project lands does not include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the City of Sault Ste. Marie's official plan. Where the municipal project land does include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the City of Sault Ste. Marie's official plan, as of the date of this resolution, the municipal project lands are not designated as specialty crop areas. The long-term energy project is not a non-rooftop solar project. The proponent has satisfied the pre-AIA submission filing requirement to the satisfaction of the municipality. And if the proponent is selected as a selected proponent under the LT2 RFP, the Council of the City of Sault Ste. Marie will engage in good faith with the selected proponent to enable the selected proponent to complete an agricultural impact assessment.
I won't have you repeat that. Okay, we can vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 10 to 1 with Councillor Hollingsworth opposed.
There's just a little lag on the vote.
So thank you very much, Mayor and Councillor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I suspect a lot of the folks who are here on the pickleball item. And so I just want to let you know, we will get to that, but we've got PUC ahead of you. We'll move the pickleball item up after the PUC, although PUC does have a number of items we have to get through. So it might be a bit still.
Under agenda item 6.2, the PUC solar projects, Andy McPhee, Chair, and Rob Brewer, President and CEO, are in attendance. And I understand that Jim Tate, Senior Director of Energy, Batchewana First Nation, will also speak.
Welcome to Council, Mr. McPhee.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. As Chair of PUC, I'm pleased to introduce this in this presentation on projects that speak directly to Sault Ste. Marie's future. The west end of our community has long faced limits on electricity capacity, holding back new opportunities. At the same time, Ontario is projecting a major increase in demand in the coming decades. Together with our partners, those projects represent a chance to address both challenges while positioning our community as a leader in clean local energy. Rob Brewer, PUC's President and CEO, will outline the 2 solar generation projects being advanced with our partners through the ISO's long-term process. The investments will deliver reliable energy where it's needed most, support economic growth, and ensure that long-term value flows back to the city of the city and our residents. Before I turn it over to Rob, I'd like to introduce Jim Tate, Batchewana First Nation, who is the Senior Director of Energy, Batchewana First Nation, who has a few remarks.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Tate.
Councillors, I just wanted to reiterate our ongoing engagement discussions with both project, our traditional territory, and the development of that solar project, relying the our goals, leadership guided by our values, and designed to benefit future generations. These efforts will be through strong and respectful collaboration on the project with PUC. As these projects move forward, we respectfully ask for the support of the City of Ste. Marie to help advance a shared vision for sustainable.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I guess good evening. Good evening. It's been a bit. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We're here representing PUC and our partners to request Council's support to submit 2 solar projects in Sault Ste. Marie's West End to the ISO's LT2 procurement. A municipal support resolution is an important part of the ISO's long-term to procurement process. It signals that the city supports and stands behind the submission of the projects, and it strengthens our bid to secure contracts that will bring investment and new clean energy to our community. These projects are a significant step towards meeting our community's growing energy needs and to ensure that we remain competitive for new investment and for new economic development. As you know, the west end of Sault Ste. Marie faces a shortage of electricity capacity. This shortage is already limiting opportunities for industrial and commercial growth. The solutions that we're advancing is local generation, building solar projects right here in our community where the capacity is most urgently needed. These projects will provide clean, reliable electricity while reducing dependence on long-distance transmission lines. The work also aligns with the ISO's forecast, which shows that Ontario will require up to 75% more electricity by 2050, and to meet growing demand driven by electrification and economic development. So to that end, the ISO launched the LT2 procurement to try to attract new clean energy projects like ours. So the first project is located near Lees Bay Road and Carpin Beach Road, and it's on approximately 190 acres of privately owned land that's designated as rural. It will be a distribution connected facility of up to 50 megawatts with an approximate value of about $70 million. The project's being developed in partnership with Axium Infrastructure and PUC, and we're in formal discussions on partnership with Batchewana First Nation. Axium, of course, is a Canadian-based long-term investor in core infrastructure in North America, got a strong record in renewable energy and regulated utilities, and they, of course, are our partner in PUC Transmission, which is building the transmission line over to support Algoma's EAFs. The second project is larger in scale. It's located on roughly 970 acres of rural zone land near the airport. It will be transmission connected with a maximum capacity of about 200 megawatts and an estimated value of $400 million. The project is being advanced through a partnership again among Axium Infrastructure, Powerbank, and PUC, and once again, informal discussions with Batchewana First Nation. Now, Powerbank is an Ontario-based clean energy developer specializing in solar and storage, and they're providing significant technical expertise to that project. Now, we're also working closely with NAV Canada and Sault Ste. Marie Airport Authority to ensure that there's no risks from glare, radar or flight paths. And modern solar panels are designed with anti-reflective coatings and tempered glass, and they actually reflect far less light than water or snow does. These projects are about securing Sault Ste. Marie's energy future. So they'll provide clean, reliable power to support rising industrial demand, including things like the Port of Algoma, while helping to reduce overall emissions. They align with the municipal, environmental, and sustainability goals, and the clean energy generated will offset thousands of tons of CO2 every year. It will also strengthen Sault Ste. Marie's competitiveness to attract jobs and investment. Now, financially, because PUC will have a 10% equity share, returns flow directly back to the city of Sault Ste. Marie as a sole shareholder. So with projects valued at nearly $500 million, the community stands to benefit from significant ongoing returns and significant new property tax revenue with increases. Now, to date, we've secured the properties, we've advanced preliminary engineering, we've conducted initial stakeholder engagement, submissions to the ISO are underway for this fall, and if successful, contracts will be awarded in April of 2026. Once they're awarded, environmental studies, permitting, detailed engineering, and significant further community engagement would begin in 2026. And these studies and permitting will take into account protection of wetlands, wildlife, and stormwater plans. Construction would then follow, and we're hoping to have those projects in operation in late 2028 or early 2029 in order to address those capacity constraints. During the construction period, which we expect to last about a year and a half, we would work with the city to designate and maintain haul routes. We'd repair any road damage caused by construction, restrict hours where possible using dust and noise control measures, and certainly keep neighbors notified in advance of major activities. The idea is to be a friendly community partner with respect to the way we do business. Once operational, solar farms are quiet, traffic is minimal. Solar farms are low risk, inspected regularly, very, very low fire hazard. Electromagnetic fields from equipment are well below international safety standards, and they're actually comparable to household appliances. Regarding visual impact concerns, project designs will incorporate natural buffers. They'll use existing vegetation and appropriate setbacks. And keep in mind that the panels themselves are very low in profile, and they stand just 2 to 3 meters at their tallest point. So we'll continue to engage with the community members, municipal partners, and Indigenous groups to ensure that the projects are designed thoughtfully and potential impacts are minimized. Our approach has been grounded in openness and transparency, which is why we've been in ongoing discussions with local First Nations to ensure meaningful participation and partnership. We also, prior to the ISO submission, of course, we've held an open house. That was on August 19th. The idea was to try to incorporate into the designs any feedback that we got from property owners that were adjacent to the solar farm. And one of those was actually removing the runway park area that was projected initially to be part of it. And we've pulled that out to ensure that the community still has the benefit of runway park. We've also established a dedicated website, pucgeneration.com, and it provides updates, frequently asked questions, and feedback forms, and some local media outreach to ensure that the public is kept informed at every stage. As I mentioned, we've already incorporated some adjustments into the project design based on community feedback that we've received to date, and we're committed to continuing that approach. So in closing, these projects represent a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Sault Ste. Marie to secure new local generation, to attract investment, and to ensure that the benefits of clean energy flow directly back into our community by having a direct stake in them. Your support through a municipal resolution will be critical to advancing these projects, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer and Mr. McPhee. We do have 3 requests to delegate on this. First request was from Joe Bishalia. Welcome to council, Mr. Bishalia.
He was once a client of mine. Thank you very much for permitting me to be here this evening. I'm a little bit confused with respect to the status of this meeting, and I've only been given 3 minutes. If what we're here to determine and have you to approve in principle what is being requested by the PUC, I don't believe that there's anyone objecting to the whole idea of putting in solar panels. The issues that arise, though, is exactly where is it going to be. Nokomis Beach Road and Pointe de Chene Park are areas that traditionally were cottage country. In 1961, when the airport was built initially, there was a big story and a big conflict over the barriers, the trees, keep noise down and so forth. Now, what is being proposed is a significant change in the use of the neighbors' relationship to each other and getting rid of all of the forestry that we have there. Trees there 200 years, 300 years old. You have a letter that we filed with the council from Dr. Caruso. I don't want to go into it because I only have 3 minutes, but you should pay attention to what the gentleman says with respect to the wildlife that we have there, the native interest that was in that area, and the influence they had with respect to keeping the forested areas as they are. So the bigger problem, though, is the issue of the benzene contamination that is just on the other side of Pointe-aux-Chenes Park. What happens if you get rid of all of the trees along Pointe-aux-Chenes Crescent, or Pointe-aux-Chenes Drive rather, and Nokomis Beach Road? You're going to cause havoc in the water table. And who is going to own the property? Is it going to be the PUC? Is it a lease arrangement? Right now, we have annual testing for Bazine, and we have tests on all the water flows into the St. Mary's River. So once you get rid of all the vegetation, what's going to happen with that contamination? Airport has all kinds of acreage. And stay away from the water of the St. Mary's River and Lake Superior, because you're going to cause one hell of a mess for the people who live in that area. And so in principle, I think it's a great idea. Let's go. But I don't know how many acres we have at the airport. There's all that area on Airport Road. You know, stay away from the area that's contaminated now. Who's going to take over the park that you're looking for offers if, in fact, you're going to create a bigger problem that we had historically? So let's sit down, let's have a conversation, neighbors, with the PUC, with councilors, with staff. Let's work out something that makes living along the water safe and not a disaster. So support in principle what is being sought so that they can move forward, make their applications and so on. But that acreage, I don't know how many acres that is, along Nokomis Beach Road or along the Pointe-aux-Chenes Drive. Let's move that further north. There's all kinds of northland that can be developed. I'd rather have it at Runway Park, and that's safe. There's no contamination, and you keep the area around Pointe-aux-Chenes Park that we're trying to lift up for everybody to use during the summer and have a trailer park there. Don't screw it up, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bouchelier. We had a request from Marcy Tambari, but I don't see her here. Is Art Tambari delegating? Or did Mr. Bouchelier cover the concerns? Yeah, okay. Stevie Ray Lutzy. Welcome to council, Ms. Lutzy. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. And I want to say chief of which to Daryl Boisonneau for opening the meeting in a good way. My name is Stevie Lutzy. I am a registered professional forester with the Ontario Professional Forestry Association. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the forest out at Pointe-aux-Chenes specifically. It is an old growth forest. If you look at the Ministry of Natural Resources data online, their forest resource inventory, and look at the leading tree species for that specific area, white pine are the leading tree species. And as of 2008, when the last time this data was updated online, the average white pine was 137 years old. So 137 years old in 2008. There's white birch, white birch, red pine, and maple trees. This is such a biodiverse forest. It is sequestering so much carbon already. It is a habitat for so many plants, animals, insects, birds. It's a natural corridor for the healthy deer population that uses it as a corridor to migrate through the airport and the south and the east. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. If anyone who has the privilege to live out there or to even go to Pointe-aux-Chenes Park during the during the winter, you will see at least 12, like you'll see a dozen deer or a half a dozen deer. They are so abundant. And so with the deer, there's also a lot of bald eagles, and they love those white pines. They nest in the top of the white pine trees. They like to be by the water because they hunt on the water, and deer are one of their main food sources. In 2023, bald eagles were removed from the endangered species list in Ontario. They are still listed as species of special concern, which means that they could still be threatened if their habitat is compromised. If we remove the the white pines, we are putting those bald eagles at risk. There is pileated woodpeckers that are indicators of a healthy old growth forest. They are also abundant. They are like the healthy, they're cleaning those trees for us. They're the reason that they're one of the many reasons. There's understory plants, both medicinal and berry picking plants that are both ecologically important and culturally significant to the First Nations in this area. Besides just carbon cycling, or carbon sequestration, nutrient cycling, biodiversity, it's helping the soil decompose. There's so many, you can't measure all the values this old growth forest has. So we have a responsibility to take care of this land, and I'm asking, we have a responsibility to not cut an old growth forest for a solar farm. We have a responsibility to protect those 150-year-old white pine trees from a solar farm that will last 25 to 30 years. I'm not saying no to solar farms. I'm just asking you to please reconsider the locations in which these solar farms are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lutzy. We've got councillor questions. I've got Councillor Garrity. Okay, then Councillor Bruni.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have, through you, some questions to whoever would like to answer them on behalf of the Public Utilities Commission. Please and thanks. Thanks, Mr. Brewer. So, Mr. Brewer, you heard a bit ago from a couple of residents that seem to be representing a large group of people here in the community, or at least in our chambers. As it relates first to the white pines that are of a lot of concern to many who are present here tonight, have you done any preliminary work with the Ministry of the Environment or any professionals as to how taking those trees down could impact migration patterns, et cetera, and or will that be part of how you go about moving forward?
Thank you for the question. There's a full environmental assessment that has to be done. It's done after the project is given a contract in April to develop or to determine exactly where it's sited. And so it's early at this stage to say that all those studies would have been done, because there isn't a project at this point that would warrant expenditures to figure out exactly where they're going to be sited. And so it's just, if you look at the process, that's a post award in April endeavor. This is done really rigorously, like a full environmental assessment is done. And I'll harken back to what we've done on the transmission side. If you look at all the efforts that we've put into the environmental assessment, the mitigation with respect to the turtle fencing that you see, and all the different things that we've done on that project, we took into account all of those things to make sure that we were trying to do the right thing. We'll do the same thing here. We're not opposed to trying to find more opportune spots within that area. That's just the gross area that we have. But I think it's a little early before we have all those studies done to say that. That's all.
Fair enough. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer and the team. As you mentioned, I think it's important, first off, that everybody in the chambers and those watching who have concerns as it relates to the environment appreciate that, that's to come, right? As it relates to, so tonight we're giving our approval, which could go some way to you securing what you need to through the IESO. But it's not a matter of like, I've gotten emails about clear cutting forests and knocking things down. And here's what I can tell you. One is, Mr. Brewer mentioned his and his team's efforts as it related to the power line, new transmission lines in the west end of the community. What I can tell you, in speaking to constituents just like you over the course of that project, Mr. Brewer and his team met and listened to several groups and individuals and did their best, not only to hear them out, but to adjust the plans as he mentioned. I can tell you of a number of people on Allen Side Road who were very, very encouraged by the meetings that they had with Mr. Brewer and his team, and ultimately Mr. Brewer and his team were able to kind of revise plans to address concerns, not only of proximity to their property, but also out of concern for certain vegetation and trees and the like. So they have a history of doing that. I don't think that they would blow those off as not relevant concerns. So not that that will assuage you totally, but they have a history of doing that, at least in my end of town, with residents that came to me, and I helped facilitate a dialogue with them. Mr. Brewer, through you, or Mr. Brewer, through you, Mr. Mayor, through you, could you please provide Mr. Brewer us with will you have a detailed plan for the tree and vegetation buffer along the perimeter of the solar farm? Specifically the section, bordering residential properties. Like it sounds like you're going to take that into consideration. Will there be a plan that will take into account all of the concerns that you're hearing?
To Councilor Gardy, absolutely. Look, PUC's been here for 108 years. We're going to be here for another 100+ years. It's our intention to respect the community. The community owns us at the end of the day. And so we're trying to do the right thing here. Putting natural buffers in place for visibility is a relatively easy solution for us. But we're not there yet where we've determined exactly where the panels go to where we're going to put those in. So it really is part of that next step of engineering that happens after project award in April.
Okay, thanks. The open house, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the team at PUC, the open house was a great first step. But obviously, as you've outlined, the residents need more than a one-time event. You mentioned in your presentation some of the long-term plans for ongoing meaningful engagement with residents in the area. It seems that you're going to commit further to community outreach and consultation. Do we have that pledge from you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. I got a couple more, Mr. Mayor. Is that cool?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer, I guess. Everybody here can attest to the fact that the West End is a vital part of our community. And nobody will say that louder than Councillor Scott and I, and a couple of our other colleagues who represent the West End. But beyond the initial construction jobs, can you reiterate again the outline of the long-term economic benefits that the solar farm will bring to the West End specifically, and how can the PUC's ownership stake in the project translate into direct financial returns for the city and the residents sitting behind you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of direct benefits to the city from the PUC ownership, there's roughly about $1 million a year that would come back to the city from that equity return. There's about $500,000 in estimated property tax new revenue that would come back. So pretty significant benefit between the two. And then there's the ownership equity at the end. So the value of the solar farm at the end. There's also, if you look at what this does for the West End, right now we're in a situation where industrial and commercial growth that is proposed to happen in terms of co-locating near the new AAFs can't be supported in terms of having sufficient energy or capacity to enable those to occur. And so this is a very significant change in that it will accelerate our ability to support economic development in the city. And given what's going on with the employment in the Sioux these days, I think anything that we can do to help is something that we've been looking to do from the PUC's perspective.
Great. In your experience, Mr. Brewer, and that of your team, obviously the PUC has been a leader with the Sioux Smart Grid. How does the solar farm integrate into and complement the existing grid infrastructure?
So the solar farm will connect, the large one near the airport would connect via transmission line over to the new Tagona TS on Yates Avenue. That will provide significant support, which will allow it to offset the gas generation that will be happening at LSP. And so it significantly reduces the amount of carbon that needs to be produced coming out of a gas generator. The 70 megawatt or the 50 megawatt facility, Lees Bay and Carpin, will be distribution connected. So that will help support the distribution grid for PUC distribution. So both are significant benefits and both offset the need to see generation coming from a gas producer.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer, kind of in the spirit of the last question or to follow through on it, or actually not the last question, but the one previous to that. You referenced the carbon footprint and lowering the impact of carbon in the area. In your experience and what you know about the industry, would continued development as it relates to clean energy not only benefit us in your efforts, but in your experience, does it help attract new industries that require reliable green power? Would they be more apt to consider a community that they could offset their own carbon footprint by acquiring energy from technologies that you're pursuing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is exactly what we're seeing, is that communities that can provide green energy solutions are very attractive, attractive from industrial and manufacturing, also attractive from technology companies that want to have access to clean energy solutions. So that's exactly what we're seeing.
Perfect. I appreciate those answers to my questions. Mr. Mayor, I have some comments. I don't know if you want me to leave until later or same now.
Now is better.
I beg your pardon?
Now is better.
Perfect. So I'm of the opinion that this development is a matter of significant importance to our community, one that balances both the future of our city and the well-being of our neighbors and residents. I've clearly heard the concerns of residents in Ward 5, particularly those that reside in close proximity to the development, and their concerns to me are very valid ones. The idea of losing a tree buffer, the disruption to their peaceful neighborhood or where they live, and the fear that a project of this scale could negatively impact property values, that's something I've heard, are real and understandable for those that own property in the area of these developments. We as council must take the concern seriously, which we're doing, which evidenced by listening tonight, and many colleagues of mine will have some serious questions, I'm sure, for both proponents and those speaking against it. A project like this can't be successful if it's built at the expense of the very community it's meant to serve, at least in my opinion. That said, I also see the incredible potential this project holds for Sault Ste. Marie. This development and others like it are not simply about generating electricity. They're about securing our city's economic future. As we know, we can't discount the impact of the US tariffs, particularly on Canadian steel here in Sault Ste. Marie. They've already continued to have a harsh and unpredictable impact on our economy. The ripple effect is felt by our cornerstone industry, obviously Algoma Steel, and by countless small businesses that depend on them. And we must continue to diversify the community's economic outlook and its portfolio, quite frankly. So investing in renewable energy and attracting large-scale projects like this solar farm is a proactive step we can take to build a more resilient and modern economy here. And to me, this project represents the following. It lessens our reliance on a single sector and continues to position us as a leader in the green energy transition. This is a factor that industries consider when looking to locate in an area or to an area, as Mr. Brewer mentioned a bit ago, as it could ultimately lead to a decrease in its carbon footprint. It brings new, high-quality jobs to the Soo, not just in the short term, but also in the long-term maintenance and operation. It generates new tax revenue for the city, and as a city-owned entity, as Mr. Brewer mentioned, the PUC has some equity in this project and means the financial gains will flow directly back to our city. In my opinion, this is a crossroads where the local and the global meet. We have a responsibility to address our residents' immediate concerns while also steering our city toward a more stable and prosperous future. Therefore, I would like to suggest to the PUC that they take the following steps to mitigate the concerns of the residents and ensure this project is a true win-win for our community and for them. It seems that they have, so my little speech here that I crafted this afternoon, I was going to urge the PUC to explore and lay out an area that maximizes the preservation of existing trees, especially those that provide a direct buffer to residents. Furthermore, I'd suggest that they commit to a comprehensive landscaping plan that includes planting a dense multi-species buffer of new trees and shrubs to ensure an effective visual and noise barrier for any residents as a central part of the proposal. You mentioned continued community consultation. I'm sure they'll do it. They'll listen to feedback and provide project updates throughout the construction and operational phases, ensuring that residents' concerns are addressed. I stress you to do that, Mr. Brewer. And I believe with some of these measures and some more input from our community at large and those who live in the area, we can move forward on this project that I feel is vital to our city's economic future. We also will be demonstrating to our residents that we hear them and that we value their concerns. And I hope you will follow through on what you said and some of the suggestions you'll hear tonight and beyond. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone in the gallery for coming. This is what it's about, to hear your voice. And thank you for those that have emailed us and called us. That's democracy. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer, thank you to the PUC. You do care about our community. You have demonstrated that for many years through the recent golf tournament, through the different donations that you have given back to the community. Thank you. Clarification question through you, Mayor, to you, Mr. Brewer. You talked about the application process. We have heard tonight that people are definitely supportive of solar panels. They understand the benefits. They are concerned where they're going to be placed. Therefore, the application process. On the application, at this point, when you submit your application, do you actually have to set out exactly where the solar panels are going to be?
Mr. Mayor, no. We have to commit to a volume of power that would be produced, and we're using like a percentage of the gross area, and then we'll find the most ideal area within that to locate the panels.
Okay, help me understand that a little bit better. So if I hear you correctly, you're saying that hypothetically, you don't have to put them right on that spot where these people live. Right now, the application's allowing you to go to the next step, but you can still have discussions with the constituents about a location, such as Runway Park, I heard someone suggest. Can you help me understand this?
So, I think if I understand your question, the question is would we take into account community feedback in order to determine exactly where the final locations are? I think the answer is yes. And I think we've demonstrated that to date, where we did get some significant feedback around the Runway Park area. And we took that out because of the feedback that people wanted to continue to use that resource. So we would, it's about 1,000 gross acres, just under 1,000 gross acres. We would likely put solar panels on roughly half that.
Okay, so this is good. This is good clarification. If I may, Your Worship, just clarify a little bit further. So we know there's a lot of vacant land out near the airport. We know going down Airport Road, even driving into the airport, there's a whole vacant field there. I do know, being on the board of this airport, that Runway Park is significant to the airport because it's a revenue generator. And there's not many revenue sources for the airport at this point. So I guess what I'm saying is, hypothetically, can it be at the upper corner near the airways? There's an empty field up there. Could it be moved as far as that area, or does it have to be in such a location that is already sketched out on this map?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly where it's sketched out, but what we've done is identify wetlands. So if you look at the map that's in the package, you'll see that, I think of the area that's of concern that we're talking about, there's only a small portion of that that's even being proposed for panels. So it's certainly not all of that area at this point. It's the certain portions of it. And just likewise elsewhere, where there's wetlands, where there's other areas of concern, we've tried to map those out and say that we would develop in gross those other areas and then get specific once we have the detailed engineering.
Okay, if I could ask for a small favor, you have the presentation, we have the presentation in front of us. Is there any way we could bring that map up so we're all on the same page? Is that possible? I think this is an important part because I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same area. So this is the map I think you're referring to, right, Mr. Brewer?
Yeah, no, I think it's probably small for most people that are in the room here, but you can see the two runways, and you can look at the gross area to the left of the bottom runway. So in the bottom left corner, that's roughly maybe 15 or 20% of that gross area that's being proposed. So a lot of it's already being left. Down in the other area, there's still a few things to be determined, but I'm sorry. Can't hear me? No. I get that once in a while. Sorry. So if you look at that bottom area there, there's actually, of the gross area, there's a very small amount that's being proposed at this point. And that's to take into account the fact that there are some wetlands down there. There are some areas that aren't economical because of trees being too large or those sorts of things. And there are some other areas where it's optimal. So those are part of what would go into the detailed engineering process. And as those areas shrink, then we would just it would be fewer panels there and it would be more panels somewhere else in order to get to that minimum amount.
Okay, 3 more questions through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Brewer. So if I understand this correctly, hypothetically, can this project go forward? Can your application go forward if those 2 smaller blue areas are eliminated? If I understand right, I think the people here are concerned about those 2 smaller blue areas.
Ask your questions, please.
So again, hypothetically, can your application go forward if you eliminate those 2 small blue areas, the ones closer to the runways, closer to the water? Can you still submit your application without those small blue areas?
Subject to the engineering process that we would do afterwards to determine what developable areas there are. It may be that those areas don't make sense and that we don't develop them. I don't know that I have enough information to answer your question today about what should be in and what should be out. We've tried to work with NAV Canada. We've tried to work with the Airport Authority to take into account all of the concerns. And we've minimized the amount of area down there already. But it may, with the detailed engineering, it may be even less.
Okay. And 2 final questions. Going back to NAV Canada, do you have their sign off right now from NAV Canada and the airport that it will not interfere with the flight path, especially IFR? As you know, IFR is instrument rating, and there are check-in points when you're flying into the airport.
Sure. So because it's at the stage that it's at, we've had discussions about any potential concerns with NAV Canada. Of course, there are a number of solar developments around airports across North America. So this isn't a unique aspect to have a solar development at an airport. The main concerns that we heard from them were actually to make sure that the components that went in minimized any potential glare. And when we explained what it was, it's actually to them less glare than they would get from pavement. So they were quite happy with it. So at this point, is there a sign off? No, but we wouldn't expect one at this stage.
Okay. The areas you're proposing is going to be interfering with TODA. Those are entrance points for IFR flights, just to let you know. But besides that, just to make sure I understand, going back to those small 2 points, 2 small blue areas, are you willing to remove those in order to satisfy the constituents that are behind you?
Yeah, I think what we're willing to do is to minimize any impact. But until we actually do the studies, I don't know that there's a reason to take some of that out yet. Some of it doesn't have old growth forest in it. You know, I think it's sort of the cart before the horse on that one until we actually do the environmental studies.
Okay. And my final question, I'm the chair of the Conservation Authority. I do like my trees.
Hang on, folks, enough with the clapping, please.
My final
Ask your questions.
Yeah, my final question is this. PUC, you are very creative. You have shown your creativity when it comes to generating electricity in new ways. through some research, have you also considered solar panels in the parking lots at the airport that may also satisfy what you need? University in Michigan, for instance, Michigan State University, all their parking lots are full of solar panels where the car parks underneath the solar panel, giving the cars relief from rain, relief from snow, and also it's built with steel. And it's large enough that RVs and cars can go underneath. Would you consider that?
So the gross area of the parking lot is likely 1% of the area that we would need. It's probably not enough to do the project.
Actually, with JD Arrow and all that property, I think you might be equivalent to what you're looking for. I just want to encourage you to reach out to the airport, Terry Boss and our board for some further
Appreciate the
ideas.
feedback. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Mr. Ver asked if he could, before we get to Councillor Bruni's questions, explain the part we're at in the process here in terms of where this aligns along the continuum of approvals that needs to be given.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Council, I thought it would be helpful just as a reminder that the process that we're in right now is one that's put forward by the IESO for this long-term to procurement process. So they have defined the process for the proponents and for the municipalities. The municipal support resolution that's being sought tonight by the two proponents that are here before us, and for any proponents in the IESO LT2 project submission process, really is that initial support conceptually for the project. I think obviously IESO doesn't want to spend a lot of time on projects if there isn't municipal support notionally for projects. At the same time, proponents aren't spending massive amounts of money on engineering and environmental studies unless they know that their project is going to be one of the ones that is accepted by the IESO. So tonight is the first step in the process for the MSR, Municipal Support Resolution. Once proponents get that, there's a submission. Some of these projects may not be selected by the IESO. If they are selected, then that kicks off the next stage of studies and analysis. And then nothing prevents any project from getting out of any of the normal municipal support that's needed for zoning or site plans and things like that. So these projects do come forward in future stages for different sets of approvals if they're needed within different projects. So I just wanted to make sure people understood that.
Thanks, Mr. Ver. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions since Councillor Gardy kind of took the show and he asked a lot of questions, which is good. A question to Mr. Ver, not to Mr. Ver, to Mr. Brewer. If this project does not go forward, how does it affect the West End in the future?
Right. So if this project doesn't go forward, then we are unable to provide significant energy or capacity until all of the upstream transmission upgrades have been completed. And
which will take how long?
It would be years after this would be completed. And it's hard to say. It's Hydro One developing it, not PUC, between here and Sudbury. But it would be years after this. So we're talking about limiting economic development for a significant period of time.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, how were the residents notified about the meeting in August? Because receiving an email today, the individual said he just heard about it 2 days ago.
Yeah, I'm going to actually invite Katie up. Sorry, our comms person can explain the exact details.
Please, thank you.
Hi, it's nice to be here tonight. Thank you. As was mentioned before, community engagement is extremely important in these projects, and we are in the early stages. As soon as we could get out to the community, we did. And the first thing we did was we held an open community open house on August 19th. Letters were sent directly to adjacent property owners, and I understand the concerns regarding those notices. Other efforts that were done. We reached out to local media. We had lots of local media coverage. We launched a website with lots of information. We encouraged residents to go there. There was feedback forms. My personal cell phone is on there, and different ways to reach out to us. So for the initial outreach, we did a lot of effort to inform residents. We understand that's not enough, and we are committed to doing more going forward. That is part of the plan. We take that very seriously. And we're a community partner, like Rob mentioned. And so we take that very seriously, and we will continue that community engagement.
Thank you. Do you know how many people attended?
So
Approximately?
we had approximately 50 people attend that open house.
Okay, thank you. Question to Mr. Brewer through you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned to Mr. Gardy the gross area, which is in blue. So meaning, and the ones that I'm talking about, Councillor Hollingsworth spoke about. So those two, the ones on the bottom, that might not be the total space. It could be smaller.
Yeah, and I think part of it is, so we've got 1,000 gross acres. The intent is to, in this area, to probably have roughly 150 megawatts, which is going to be in that 500 to 600 net acres. And so we'll be looking for the most optimal place to put that. And we'll do extensive consultation with local property owners to try to minimize their impact.
Okay. Now, would those two areas, would they be able to be moved up? And I'm just asking because I don't know exactly what's in that area. The bottom of the top one, top blue, what is in there?
The bottom, sorry? So approximately halfway up on the left?
Yeah.
That's land that was not interested in selling. So only certain property owners were interested in selling their land. The Airport Authority was one. The former golf course was another. And there were, I think, 4 other property owners that were interested.
So would you agree it's the two bottom ones that the residents have concerns? Do you agree?
I suspect that if we come back with an opportunity to engage like we intend to, and we actually had some significant engagement with a number of property owners there, including some that spoke today. The idea would be that we would try to do everything we could to minimize the impact. As an example, if a portion of that piece at I guess the 6 o'clock on the clock, if a portion close to the airport was developed and the rest of it was left, would that be acceptable? Those are some of the things that we would take into account. But that's part of the next phase. Like that's part of once we actually look at the environmental assessment. Is that the right place for it? Is there more of an issue north? We don't have that information yet. Once we do, we'll come back and make sure that we fully engage and try to find the best solution.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just ask Mr. Vera a question. If this is approved tonight for a letter of approval or a letter of support, would they have to come back to us and say, we want to install the solar panels there or in another location? Does council have any say in that, or does staff have any say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bernie, I think in the first step, PUC is committed to doing that, to coming back, and once if they are successful in this application, laying out their more detailed site plan based on the studies, based on the information that is gathered within the project.
And council will have a chance to vote on it, or is just basically a presentation? And
through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, it's really dependent on each individual site, what's required from the municipal perspective as they go forward to develop the sites. And perhaps I'll turn it over to our Director of Planning, just to outline that in a bit more detail.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the airport lands are subject to site plan control. Commercial solar farms are permitted use within that zoning on that property. So there isn't necessarily a council approval down the road. They are subject to site plan control. That's a delegated approval to staff. So there is certainly a municipal process, and we could get certain studies and deal with stormwater management, over and above what IESO requires. But at this point, it's a delegated approval unless council wanted to make a change in this particular instance.
I guess to Mr. Tanazo, how would council be able to make a change? Like,
So could I, do you mind, could I?
Go ahead.
The municipal support resolution that, sorry, almost spilled my water all over my computer, that the IESO is looking for, Mr. Ver, is a standard form resolution, am I correct? And so you think, Mr. Brewer, that you may be able, based on what you've got before us, to minimize the number of panels that are in array number 4 and array number 5, which is the 6 and 7 o'clock on this map. Is that correct?
Correct.
So and this to you, Mr. Tanazo, if council approved the resolution, which can only be as it's written, but then amended your delegated authority through site plan control to ensure that if there are panels installed in array 4 and 5, which are the bottom 2 here, that the site plan control requires that they maximize the use in the north edge of the array and minimize the use in the south edge, which is really close to Nokomis Beach and close to Deshane Drive. We could do that?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I'd have to think mechanically or administratively how that can happen, but certainly council has the right to approve a site plan under certain circumstances.
Okay. I know there's lots of questions on this still. I just think that would probably alleviate a lot of the concerns of the residents, move them further away to the degree it's possible from Nokomis Beach Drive and Deshane Drive. Okay. That would be 2 resolutions, though. We'd be approving what's before us tonight. And then we could draft a resolution for the next council meeting that amends the delegated authority that has been given to the Director of Planning for this site, specific to the layout of solar panels. Councillor, okay, just on this point, though.
Just for clarification, it seems that a preponderance of the audience is here for what the area that around the airport that Mr. Bichelia spoke to on behalf of those who are kind of concerned. I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are two sites here, right?
There's 5 sites.
Well, no, but I'm talking about generally the Carbon Beach Road, Lees Bay, along with that at the airport. I don't want that one to get lost. That would be whatever change we made would be subject to both of those areas would be subject to that change, correct? Or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Gardy. So the Lees Bay Road, Carbon Beach properties are not subject to site plan control. So of the, and South Gagnon Road isn't either. So of the various areas that they're proposing arrays, it's just the airport property that's subject to site plan control.
Yeah, I just think it's important for the viewing audience to appreciate that would be the only one that would be captured. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a good clarification. Councillor Bruni, did you have additional questions based on that?
I'm fine.
Councillor Caputo, you're next. So that's just for everybody's information. I think that's how I'd like to see this go. And so if we can bring that resolution, if 2 people can draft up that resolution, perhaps Councillor, perhaps Councillor Gardy and Scott, given this is their jurisdiction, can bring that to the next meeting. Councillor Caputo, did you have questions do you still have questions?
I think what you've proposed sort of quells all of my questions. So if we can bring that back, then I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I'm going to go through the ones that I think have been missed. Start out by thanking Mr. Bichelia and Ms. Lutzi. You guys did very well. Ms. Lutzi, you had no reason to be nervous. I think you spoke very eloquently and intelligently on the subject. quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer. So you mentioned power bank, but I couldn't find anything in the plan about storage. Is there a plan for like a large battery storage somewhere?
So there are two procurements through the ISO. There's the LT2E or energy, which is the one that goes in October 16th. So we're talking about here. There's also a capacity RFP, which is submitted in December. And we will have those 5 storage sites that we've talked about before. They'll be submitted as part of that.
And forgive me, I'm not sure if this is public knowledge or not yet. Where were the storage sites?
The storage sites are located on 3 PUC lands, or 3 city lands, 2 PUC lands, on already occupied and industrial areas. So things like the wastewater treatment plant area, that kind of thing.
Okay. So far enough away from the waterfront though, right? Like they won't be around here.
That's the idea.
Perfect. That was a concern I had, so I appreciate the answer on that one. And then another question through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Brewer. So with the ongoing North Shore Link project, is that not going to provide enough power for the community? So we would need this in addition to the North Shore Link?
So the North Shore Link is the connection to from Third Line through to Warncliffe and over to Hanmer in Sudbury. I don't think that one is presently on track for an original date. When it is, that's what alleviates some of the capacity constraints. I don't know that it solves the decades to come solution and might leave us in a more problematic position later. Having generation in Sault Ste. Marie allows us to control our own future on it.
Okay, so you don't think it'll hit the timeline of 2029 or 2030?
I hope they do.
Fair enough. And so another question I have is, during this process, was there anything preventing PUC or Axium from proactively getting an environmental assessment done before bringing it here?
Sure. Because it's at a stage where we don't even know that we have a project, to go and spend those dollars to do an environmental assessment wouldn't be the norm, and it wouldn't be good use of PUC or Axium's dollars.
Thank you. And then I guess all of my questions have been asked by the other councillors. So I'm just going to have some comments right now, Mr. Mayor, as we've been doing. So I appreciate that Katie has spoken to what PUC does to communicate to the area. The biggest piece of feedback that I did receive beyond, the location of some of these things is that people didn't know. I've heard from residents that were directly across from the Lees Bay development who didn't get any notification. I've heard from plenty of people here tonight that they had no notification. And I'm sure that they could tell you by raise of hand if they really wanted to that they didn't. And this is a common theme across Project 1 and Project 2. I brought this up before internally for city projects in the past, and I think that we should bring it up again now. Communication is key, and you guys are always bastions of that. But in this particular case, it's been a very common trend that people weren't aware of the project. And I think if they were, a lot of their concerns could have been alleviated, or perhaps this exact presentation could have been modified, similar to the removal of Runway Park upon feedback. So it's just one little thing that I was disappointed in, but I understand, things happen. So if we could try and continue positive communication throughout, that's just one piece of feedback there for PUC. And actually, I do have one last question, sorry. So back to what Councillor Bruni was saying, or Mr. Bear was saying at the time with Councillor Bruni. So if we did pass the motion at the next meeting to have control over site plan control, I guess, that would then come back to council for a vote with the final proposal. Is that how that would look, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take a look at, I'll have to chat with my friend, Mr. King, the city solicitor, and we're going to have to chat with legal on how to, certainly I'm fairly certain that it can be done, and it would come down to a council vote. There are communities where site plan control hasn't been delegated, and it's council that votes to decide whether an agreement gets entered into. So I'm sure it can be done. We just have to see how to do it.
Okay.
Please, no interrupting, folks. Councillor Scott, that's all your questions? Councillor Venezuelan?
I will be brief. My question is for Mr. Tate, if he's still here. Thank you, Mr. Tate. I really want to thank Ms. Luzzi for coming in and really appreciate the thoroughness and appreciated your letter as well. So my question is in terms of the identification of the lands, any traditional medicines, what is going to be the oversight of the nation in establishing the protected areas for this proposed solar farm?
So, yeah, our community will traditional knowledge assessment, project proponents, as well as help guide the environmental assessment completion. So we'll be heavily involved in that process, and we'll have to go through the process in order to understand what's culturally sensitive. See, that will stay confidential to the community, but it will guide the environmental assessment after.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick comment. I think we are at a great resolution with bringing forth to next meeting, having the site plan control. I will support that resolution when Councillors Gardy and Scott bring it forward. And we do need to build our renewable energy. I remember way back when Councillor Butland worked on the alternative energy projects, and we were named one of the alternative energy capitals in North America. So I think in that sense, and looking at what we need in terms of economic development and diversification, I'm going to support this motion as a requirement for the ISO and look forward to supporting the resolution that comes at the next meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Venezuela and Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, one question, of course, the vast majority of questions have been asked already. And I think through you to Mr. Tenazo, I believe, and I could be wrong, this is why I'm seeking clarification on this. Looking at Project 2, Array 5, that location there, if we're looking at it, that appears to me, unless I'm wrong, the site of a previous application for construction of different, I think it was a residential project that was proposed that got denied for various reasons. It appears either exactly the same or pretty close to the same area. Is there something different in this project that would allow this to be built but not that project to be built?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I'm not aware of a residential project that was proposed in that particular area. We're talking about the area near Nokomis Beach. Project 2, Array 5, that's...
Array 5, yeah. Unless I'm not seeing it. I mean, I can't zoom in very well on the map that I've got here, so...
There was a severance that was approved at the end of Nokomis Beach Road that was approved and is proceeding, but I'm not aware of a residential development in my time that's been proposed here.
Okay, so there's nothing that would prohibit this project from being built there?
At this point in time, no. A commercial solar farm is a permitted use. There's certainly the environmental piece that has to be worked through, and you can see there are some sensitive lands that they're staying away from at this point, but that has to be looked at.
Of course, but we're not at that part of this project yet. This is just a high-level overview to see if there's the potential for PUC to apply for this. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Zagorda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. It seems like a lot of concern this evening is the forested areas. So my question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Brewer, of the areas that we have here, you've outlined it's grossly 970 gross acres. And we also mentioned that this part of it is on the former golf course. Do you have a percentage of area that is forested of these blue sections on here? Might you have that number?
Oh, 90% of the blue sections?
90% is forested, concerned area. So I'm assuming Array 4 and 5 is probably completely forested area down below.
Oh, no, because there's a radar site down in the bottom left there.
Well,
It wouldn't allow for forest around it. So
Okay, just trying to get the, a percentage of exactly what we're talking about in terms. I would have thought that the golf course may have taken up more greater percentage of that property, but okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zagorda. I only have a couple additional questions based on the process that I would support, generally speaking, as I laid out in my questions to Mr. Bear and Mr. Tenazo earlier. You said you've got roughly 1,000 gross acres here between the 5 arrays?
970 gross acres, yeah.
Okay. And to generate 200 megawatts is, you need 500 gross acres?
I think we will end up with about 150 megawatts out of this site and about 50 out of the other site.
Okay. So to generate 150 megawatts, how many acres do you need?
Between 500 and 600 acres.
Okay. So there will be 40% of this property that's unused.
Absolutely.
So if there's a way not to use array 4 and 5 as that 40%, I think this is what you're hearing from the community. Oh, no, let's not get into the clapping. Let's not. But I think that council is going to otherwise direct that be the case nevertheless next meeting. So knowing that, do you have any concerns, preliminarily that you would see with us taking 4 and 5 and trying to minimize those to the greatest degree possible, your use of them?
That's subject to, your discretion.
Okay.
That's what you choose to do then.
Okay. Well, that's the route I'm going to support. I'm going to support the resolution that's before us. And then next meeting, I'm going to support an amendment to the site plan for the airport that will dictate in some way, shape, or form, however we can work it out with Mr. Genazzo, that to the greatest degree possible, you avoid array 4 and 5 altogether. And if you do develop on array 4 and 5, it's closer to the runways and further away from the roads.
Understood.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk.
Got 4 municipal support resolutions. I won't hold you captive by reading all 4 of them in their entirety. I'm going to read the particulars of all 4, but I'm going to cast the votes separately for each of the 4 once I finish that.
Okay.
I've got a motion by Councillors Gardy and Vezo-Allen, resolved that the report of the manager of business attraction dated September 22, 2025 concerning the proposed solar projects be received, and that council approves the following municipal support resolutions as outlined below. Whereas the proponent is proposing to construct and operate a long-term energy project located on municipal project lands as defined and with the characteristics outlined in the table below under the long-term 2 energy supply Window 1 request for proposals LT2 RFP issued by the Independent Electricity System Operator, that is IESO, and whereas the capitalized terms not defined herein have the meanings ascribed to them in the LT2 RFP, and whereas the proponent has delivered a pre-engagement confirmation notice to an applicable local body administrator in respect of the municipal project lands that includes the details outlined in the table below, except for the unique project ID, which should only be required as part of the pre-engagement confirmation notice if available. So with respect to the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Lees Bay project, unique project ID of the long-term energy project, if applicable, NA, legal name of the proponent, 100134137 Ontario Inc. Name of the long-term energy project is the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project 1 Lees Bay. Technology of the long-term energy project, solar photovoltaic generation. Maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term energy project, 35.2 megawatts. PIN is not available. Municipal address, 1643 Third Line West, 1513 Third Line West, 1169 Lees Bay Road. And project 2 is the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project, Carpin Beach. The legal name of the proponent is 100134137 Ontario Inc. Name of the long-term energy project, Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project 1 Carpin Beach. Technology of the long-term energy project, solar photovoltaic generation. Maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term energy project is 17.6 megawatts. Property identification number is not available. Municipal address or legal description, 846 Carpin Beach Road, Sault Ste. Marie. And number 3, the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project, Lees Bay and Carpin Beach Road combined. The legal name of the proponent is 100134137 Ontario Inc. The name of the long-term energy project is the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project 1. Technology of the long-term energy project, solar photovoltaic generation. Maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term energy project is 50 megawatts. Property identification number is not available. Municipal address 1643 Third Line West, 1513 Third Line West, 1169 Lees Bay Road, 846 Carbon Beach Road. And the fourth is the Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project 2 Airport. Legal name of the proponent, 10013414330 Ontario Inc. Name of the long-term energy project, Sault Ste. Marie West End Solar Project 2 Airport. Technology of the long-term energy product, solar photovoltaic generation. Maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term energy project, 200 megawatts. PIN is not available. Municipal address or legal description. It is a bunch of sections in the township of Park and no civic address has been given. And whereas pursuant to the LT2 RFP, if the long-term energy project is proposed to be located in whole or in part on municipal project lands, the proposal must include municipal support confirmation, which may be in the form of a municipal resolution in support of proposal submission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the City of Sault Ste. Marie supports the submission of a proposal for the long-term energy project located on the municipal subject lands. This resolution's sole purpose is to satisfy the mandatory requirements of Section 42B3 of the LT2 RFP and may not be used for the purpose of any other form of approval in relation to the proposal or long-term energy project or for any other purpose. The proponent has undertaken or has committed to undertake Indigenous and community engagement activities in respect of the long-term energy project to the satisfaction of the municipality. The municipal project lands does not include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the City of Sault Ste. Marie's official plan. Where the municipal project lands does include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the City of Sault Ste. Marie's official plan as of the date of this resolution. The municipal project lands are not designated as specialty crop areas. The long-term energy project is not a non-rooftop solar project. The proponent has satisfied the pre-AIA submission filing requirement to the satisfaction of the municipality. And if the proponent is selected as a selected proponent under the LT2 RFP, the Council of the City of Sault Ste. Marie will engage in good faith with the selected proponent to enable the selected proponent to complete an agricultural impact assessment.
Okay.
So we will.
So we'll have a vote on project 1, and they'll all be up on eScribe, but let's have a vote on project 1 first. All in favor?
Project 1 being the Project 1 Lees Bay.
Yeah.
And
Sorry. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. That was open on eScribe. We'll have vote on project 2 being
Project 2 is the Carbon Beach project.
All-
That is,
all in favor? Any opposed? Carries. 10-1. Councillor Hollingsworth, I think, opposed.
it's still waiting. Councillor Hollingsworth opposed?
Councillor Hollingsworth opposed.
Next resolution?
No, this is Carbon Beach. The airport one, which is, I think, project 4.
The last one, yeah.
Yes, is the one. Oh, I see. Yes, in the support resolutions, they're 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
So with respect to the Carbon Beach Road, that's unanimous. The third one is combined Lees Bay Road and Carbon Beach Road.
All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously, I think.
It does carry unanimously. And the fourth one is the airport project.
All in favor? Opposed? That carries 8-3.
For Hollingsworth? So that is in favor, Mayor Shoemaker, Councillor Spina, Dufour, Bezo Allen, Zagordo, Bruni, Pinnock, and Gardy. Opposed, Councillors Hollingsworth, Caputo, Scott.
Thank you, folks. Came for that presentation. Thank you, PUC, and to the folks in the public gallery.
Did you?
Oh, we've got, yeah, a number of additional PUC items to deal with, actually. We'll just give it a minute. No. All right, folks, if you're leaving the chamber, please make your way out.
So we'll move to the PUC shareholder meeting. I've a motion by Councillors Gardy and Bezo Allen. Resolved that City Council is now authorized to meet in open session as the sole shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc. Further be it resolved that City Council appoints Mayor Matthew Shoemaker as Council's proxy to vote on the resolutions of the shareholder of PUC Inc. and PUC Services Inc.
All in favor? That carries.
And the first is a PUC Inc. Board of Directors appointment. Resolved that the following individual is recommended for election. Danielle Baker is recommended for election to commence a 3-year term on the board.
Council, questions? We have consensus that I can vote in favor of this? Do I have a show of hands on that? Okay, any opposed? No? Okay, I will vote in favor of that.
And the
Proxy?
I'm sorry. PUC Services Inc. Board of Directors appointment, be it resolved that the following individual is recommended for election. Danielle Baker is recommended for election to commence a 3-year term on the board.
Any objection to this one, Council? Can I have a show of hands that I can vote in favor of that? Okay, any opposed? No, seeing none, I'll vote in favor of that.
And again, at the risk of listening to too many resolutions, these resolutions are the same. One is for the numbered company 100-134-1379 Ontario Inc. The other is for 100-134-1430 Ontario Inc. So I will read it once, but it'll suffice for both. Whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie is the shareholder of PUC Inc., has established a shareholder declaration that requires PUC Inc. to seek and receive shareholder approval for equity investments and capital expenditures in excess of established thresholds. And whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie requires additional generation capacity in the West End to support community growth and economic development, therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the Sault Ste. Marie hereby approves PUC Inc. purchasing at a minimum 10% of the common shares of 100-134-1379 Ontario Inc. and then again 100-134-1430 Ontario Inc. established for the purposes of submitting solar generation projects into the IESO long-term 2 procurement process.
Council, do I have support to vote in favor of both of these resolutions? Show of hands. Any opposed? All right, that carries 10-1. So I'll vote in favor of that. So Scott was opposed.
That is just to give you the authority.
Just to give me the authority. Yes, that's right. No, understood.
That finishes, I believe, that finishes the PUC items. And you can set for your pickleball people.
Thank you, PUC. We will move up 9.2 on the agenda, although I know it probably doesn't feel like it's been moved up, but it has.
A motion by Councillors Hollingsworth and Spina, whereas pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in Sault Ste. Marie, with participation numbers increasing each year, with approximately 200 registered members of the Sault Pickleball Association in 2021, doubling to 416 in 2022, with much of this growth likely attributable to the city's decision to construct Elliott Park. And whereas participation has continued to increase each year, with 2025 figures showing 925 players registered through a court booking app, not including the many additional residents who play but are not formally registered. And whereas demand for courts is outpacing supply, creating long wait times at outdoor facilities and capacity issues indoors. And whereas it is the responsibility of a municipality to offer free, affordable space for physical activity for all residents, and whereas preventative repairs are less costly than full reconstruction if non-essential services such as the Snowden Park courts are maintained and invested in. And whereas the Snowden Park tennis and pickleball courts serve as a true community hub used daily by constituents of all ages from across the city. And whereas outdoor recreation facilities such as tennis and pickleball courts are an important part of community health, wellness, and active living, aligning with the objectives outlined in the city's Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And whereas investment in safe and modern recreation facilities also brings broader economic and social benefits, including opportunities to host tournaments, attract visitors, promote active living for seniors, support youth engagement, and reduce long-term healthcare costs through preventative wellness. And whereas access to safe and properly designed courts will help meet the growing demand for pickleball while maintaining tennis opportunities, ensuring that residents of all ages have access to inclusive and sustainable recreation options. Whereas constituents have expressed a willingness to work with the city and are prepared to assist through fundraising or individual donations if project costs exceeded any budgeted amount. Once the project is complete, they will discuss with city staff the Adopt a Park program to support ongoing costs related to the facility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that City Council requests that staff refer the cost to upgrade Snowden Park, including the courts and resurfacing, to the 2026 preliminary budget.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone in the gallery, for coming tonight. I know all of you are tennis and pickleball players, not from just Ward 1, but across the city. Thank you for coming tonight. This is what it's all about. You working with council, we being your voice. So thank you for coming tonight. I just want to basically emphasize what Councillor Spina and I have outlined. Thank you, Councillor Spina, for being the seconder on this. If I may say, I think you're the #1 person that represents athletes, exercise, and so thank you. This is very critical because it's for all ages. And thank you to the Pickleball Association, because the Sault Pickleball Association is offering clinics or classes for different ages. For example, ages from 14 to 18. So they're targeting youth, which is what we need. And we've been asking for youth programs. This is for all ages, for everyone in the community. And as the city clerk outlined, pickleball is on the rise, not just in Sault Ste. Marie, but across Canada. But I'm happy to say that tennis, we're not ignoring tennis. We want the courts to be resurfaced, not just for pickleball, but for tennis as well. I want to give you a true story that happened last week. I was speaking with a pickleball person, and she said, I have to set my alarm clock for 8 o'clock in the morning. I said, why do you have to set your alarm clock for 8 o'clock in the morning? She goes, well, I like pickleball, and if I don't get up right at 8 to book my winter pickleball, I won't be able to play during the winter. There's such a demand that people are actually setting their alarm clocks to make sure that they can get into the pickleball league in the winter. So what I'm trying to say is, in the summertime, when it's non-winter, these outdoor courts satisfy a huge surplus of pickleball players. So hence demand needs it. I want to say thank you also to city staff. Over the last couple of weeks, they have been tremendous in giving me guidance and giving the leaders of pickleball, especially Terry. And thank you, Terry, for being a great leader on this, for giving us some insight and ideas about how possibly we might be able to make this happen. Susan Hamilton Beach, thank you. Mr. Vare, thank you. Ms. Rachel Terinsky, thank you. And also to you, your worship. I know you've been in correspondence with Terry as well, who's been taking the lead, and we thank you. So having said that, pickleball is for all ages. It's good for mental health, it's good for physical activity, and it's also good for isolation. One of the #1 diseases as a nurse in my research has proven that isolation, loneliness is up there with cancer. Knowing that people that are at home, feeling that they're isolated, have no social contact, is impacting people's mental health and physical. Knowing there's a welcoming tennis/pickleball courts where it's welcoming people to come to play helps reduce loneliness. So having said this, I'm happy to support this and take the lead on this. But please, council members, let's get the true cost so we know what we're dealing with. And I know there's an appetite from constituents to do some fundraising as well. So let's work on this together. Knowing that there's other social service needs, as Councillor Dufour has been a great leader on, and also Councillor Lisa Vanswell has been a great leader on through social services. This also can help those clients that are in social services to come out and be part of a larger community. This is a win-win for everyone, not just for Ward 1, but for all wards. I ask you at this time, please support this. You're supporting all walks of life. This is what community is about. This is what we are elected to do, is to listen to you. Also, in closing, thank you for the petitions that everyone has signed for this. There's been online petitions and physical petitions. We have over 350 signatures from around the community. Again, not just Ward 1, but around the community. The online petition is mostly from outside of Ward 1. The signatures, the paper base is mostly Ward 1. This is a community. Isn't this great that you're here to represent what you are looking for, that you paid your taxpayer dollars towards? I hope I represented you, and I hope Councillor Spina and I have represented you well. This is our job. This is our role. Thank you.
Councillor Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just be short. I'm happy to see this resolution come forward with the request at the end, especially, for staff to bring this back for budget talks so that we can have a more fulsome discussion on this at budget time. I do want to make sure that it's made clear that, I certainly recognize that all parks across the city need more funding and need more equipment and need more care than what they're currently getting. And certainly in no way do I feel like we're asking for any particular park to jump the line. So I want constituents to know very clearly that, their requests have been heard, that we have put this in the queue and that it is in the queue for repair, and that other parks and other projects in the city will be serviced as well in time as well. Certainly not asking that anything jump the line here. So I'm happy to see that the constituents are engaged and ready, willing, and able to assist in this process. So thank them all for being here and for continuing to share. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spina. Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank Councillor Hollingsworth and Spina to bring this forward. I look in the audience and there are people that I do recognize, people that have smashed the ball to me purposely. But I think pickleball is growing. If councillors want to see the pickleballers, go to Elliott Field anytime in the mornings, Monday to Sunday, and 8 courts are full. That's how rising this sport is becoming. And I think it's something that council or Virginia McLeod has to do, is let's start looking if there's any type of funding to have indoor pickleball courts for all year round. Right now, we only, the curling rink had it for 1 month, but we need an indoor court for the full year, not just for 4 or 5 months. But glad to support this, and thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Dufour?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And first off, thanks to Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Spina for bringing up what I think is a really important topic. Certainly we see here from the folks in the gallery that pickleball is a very growing sport in Sault Ste. Marie, but I would argue has shown sustained growth over several years and is a sport with some real staying power in Sault Ste. Marie. With that, I'm also a new member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, which is a committee of council that advises City Council on the Parks and Rec Master Plan and on various funding recommendations that come to council. And so I had a couple questions for staff, specifically on pickleball, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Keep them focused kind of strictly on the resolution to the greatest degree.
Sure. So focusing specifically on the resolution through you, Mr. Mayor, to probably Susan Hamilton Beach, will there be a report that would be coming back to council along with the budgetary costing outlining some of the other avenues or conditions of getting better pickleball access in the east end of Sault Ste. Marie? Or will it simply just be a simple single budget line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour. This request asks that it come back at budget time. By all means, staff can put a more comprehensive report in prior, so it's a more wholesome bit of information, but resolution asks for budget time, and we would be prepared for that.
Would that require an amendment to the resolution to get some more information, Mr. Mayor?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I'm looking at Susan right now. And I think staff can put, given the estimate for Snowden, it won't be hard for staff to look at our other available courts and let you know what the costs would be associated with those.
Yeah, just to make my point very clearly, Mr. Mayor, we have several tennis courts. We have several pickleball courts. We have some courts that are dual lined, some courts that are not. We have most all of our courts in very poor condition according to our asset management plan. And in order to use the limited funds that we have in the most advantageous way for everyone, recognizing, of course, that the East End does lack the access to Elliott Field and Sports Complex, I think that getting a fulsome picture of all the information would be really important. There's also several outstanding requests for Penhorwood Park, which is also rated in the same condition as Snowden Park and was constructed in the same year. And again, I think it's important that we look at all of the different angles to this before deciding simply on one.
Some years ago, Ms. Hamilton Beach, perhaps Councillor Bruni and I, or perhaps Councillor Hollingsworth as well, would have been on council at the time. There was a report on the condition of all the tennis courts in town. Pickleball wasn't on many people's radars back then, but I think it was like 2015 maybe. And that had a lot of information on the cost to upgrade them and resurface them. So I think that would be along the lines of what you're looking for, Councillor Dufour.
For sure. Also, yeah.
Is that something that can be dusted off and updated?
Mr. Mayor, certainly it's doable.
Incorporating the pickleball needs as well, obviously, nowadays. We'll get to you. Yeah. Councillor Dufour, other questions?
Yeah, if that's not requiring an amendment to the resolution, then again, I'm happy to support it. I think that, it's clear that more than one court is needed to satisfy the demand, particularly in the East End. And I'd like to see us be able to support a sport that has growing popularity. Thanks.
Councillor Spina, Councillor Hollingsworth, are you generally amenable to broadening the scope of the request?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Dufour, other questions? Councillor Gardy? Other councillors? All right. We can have a vote on that. All in favor? That carries.
And that will bring us.
Leave, but we are on the consent agenda, folks, and a couple of things have been accepted from consent, 7.8. And
Got 7.8, Hope's Cradle is accepted, and 7.10, the Seniors Drop-In Center Second Extension Agreement on account of the Mayor's pecuniary interest. Councillor Dufour has also declared with respect to agenda item 7.10 as he's employed by the DSED.
okay. Thank you. Which one? 7.4 can we pull as well? Transit on demand? Okay. Okay, so who has items on consent?
7.4.
7.8, and 7.10 are all accepted. Councillor Dufour.
7.12, Mr. Mayor. The Housing Community Improvement Plan, number one, just through you to Mr. Tonazo. Mr. Tonazo, thanks for the great report. For the clarity for the community, can you share with us how many affordable housing units were created as a result of this funding in this plan so far?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour. So a combination between our per door grants and our tax increment equivalent grants, there has been a total of just under 70 affordable units that have been created.
Great, and that's within just the first two intake periods, is that correct?
That's correct. First 6 months.
Yeah, first 6 months of what is anticipated to be how long of a plan?
We would have about 2.5 years left.
Okay, so in the first 6 months, we've got 60 affordable units created with another 2.5 years to go. I just want to commend the community, commend planning staff. I think that's great. I think 60 affordable units is it may sound like a small number because of the daunting size of the problem that we currently face in Sault Ste. Marie. But as someone with formerly a construction background, I can tell you that 60 units in 6 months is not a small amount of units to come online, and really excited to hopefully amplify this program to continue to share its results and its availability to ensure that we continue getting that kind of uptake, especially for our affordable units. That's great news. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dufour. I'll just, I'd been drawn to the same number. I thought it was worth mentioning that of the tax increment grant approvals, 50% of them are affordable units. So that's a really
good result.
That's a really impressive number. And numbers we have not seen in a long time in the community. So thanks to planning for that work on that program, and then as well the Affordable Housing Task Force. Anyone else on 7.12? Councillor Dufour, other items on consent?
That's all my items. Thank you.
Anyone else with items on consent? Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I just want to give a positive comment about our tax, credit rating.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just looking for it, 7.2. Thank you, 7.2. I just want to emphasize to the viewers at home that once again, if I'm reading this correctly, and Ms. Shelley Shell can confirm if I'm reading it correctly, we have once again a very positive credit rating. And I think we need to emphasize that it's the reflection on how well we manage our projects and how we well manage our budget. So it's something to be really quite proud of. So thank you, Ms. Shelley Shell, for your direction, and to the rest of the staff.
Yes, thank you indeed. Anyone else on 7.2? Councillor Zagordo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is through you to Ms. Shell. Do we have any comparators in terms of other communities and their credit rating compared to ours?
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo, I have a couple that also use Standard & Poor's to rate their services, so they are good comparatives to us. City of Sudbury, their last rating that I had was for 2024. They're the same as the city at a AA+. Thunder Bay in 2025, their rating was AA+, which is the same as ours. An interesting one is Toronto, who was just increased to AA+, same rating as the city of Sault Ste. Marie. And in media releases, when they received that increase in 2024, it was indicated that they hadn't had an increase in 23 years. So those are all good comparators, and it kind of gives an idea of how well the city is doing.
That's great news. Thank you for the information. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Segordo. Anyone else on 7.2? Councillor Hollingsworth, other items on consent? Anyone else with items on consent? I will just note that 7.7 pedestrian crossovers. Appreciate the report. While I agree with the steps staff is recommending they take on pedestrian crossovers, I think that we need to find a solution that has a beacon on the pole and a beacon on the overhead. I just don't see a way that we're going to achieve compliance without it. And I know that the report sets out all the reasons why compliance shouldn't rely solely on the beacons. But the reality is we're not getting compliance without the flashing overhead lights as often as we should be, which is 100%. So whatever solution needs to be sought out, I think should be sought out. And that would be what I would like to see coming out of this report. That's just my opinion. Anyone else on 7.7? Okay. So we can have a vote on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Motion by Councillor Scott and Dufour, resolved that all items listed under date September 22, 2025, agenda item 7, consent agenda, save and accept agenda items 7.4, 7.8, and 7.10 be approved as recommended.
All in favor? That carries.
And item 7.4, transit on demand amendment and extension. It is an item under agenda item 7 for consent. However, the vote would be on the bylaw, under the consent section of the bylaw. Depending on your discussion, we can always accept that from the bylaws.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Miss Nicole Magnon. First of all, thank you for answering my questions through email, and I just want to make sure I understand your answers correctly. So just for the viewers and for the benefit council, the cost to extend this agreement, I believe, is associated, this is about $580 per vehicle. Can you just elaborate on the cost to extend this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, I most certainly can. So the cost to extend this agreement is $5.80 per vehicle hour. So essentially, every evening that we have on demand, so both Saturday and Sunday, there's approximately 35 to 36 vehicle hours. So what they do is they calculate our vehicle hours and multiply it by the 580. But the minimum has to be $14.50 a month, which is the same as our current agreement.
Okay. And just to clarify, if I'm reading this correctly, you're asking council to extend this for how long?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the extension and amendment is for 9 months, and there's also a cancellation clause in there. And this will give the opportunity for the consultant to provide the results of our transit optimization study, which includes a thorough analysis of on-demand and all of our routes, to be able to present that to council for recommendation. And there's a cancellation clause should it be decided to remove on demand, and an extension should it be decided to continue based on the results of that report.
Okay, thank you. That's a very important clarifying question. So approximately 9 months, and you feel that gives you enough time to really sink your teeth into this to find out if this is still the best avenue for us?
Yes, we do. The transit optimization study is currently doing a full analysis of the on-demand service to include all the data analysis as well as public feedback. So this will be presented to council quite shortly. The 9-month span was to include any implementation of changes that will be presented and subsequently potentially approved.
Okay. So this is, again, just for the on-demand. It's nothing to do with the current public buses that are going to the regular bus stops throughout the community. This is just the study on the demand. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the study that the consultant is currently doing is all of the routes. So it's the entire service, which includes our regular routes, the community bus, on demand, among another aspect with the downtown terminal. So that will be coming to council, hopefully for the next council meeting for review.
Perfect.
This particular amendment is just regarding the contract with On Demand because the timing didn't work out. So this contract expires September 30th. And as opposed to recommending and going ahead with 2 years, we requested an amendment to 9-month with a cancellation clause and extension pending the results of the overall study that includes everything as well as On Demand.
Okay, that's very helpful. And my third question, ridership per month since 2024. Not to break it down to every number, but do you see there's a decline on the demand? And if so, why?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, there is a decline in on-demand, but there's also a decline overall for ridership in Sault Ste. Marie, as well as other municipalities, based mainly on the decreased enrollment for international students at the post-secondary institutions.
Okay. And unfortunately, it seems that that's probably not going to change anytime soon with the foreign students, from my understanding. One last question with regards to on-demand. Can you tell me, is on-demand bus is not the same as the community bus, right? Because I think the community bus goes to the senior citizens' homes, the residents' homes. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. They are very different initiatives. The community bus runs Monday to Friday for 12 hours starting at 6 a.m. and it's geared towards seniors, individuals with special needs, as well as the general public. And it does go to a lot of the old age homes, and it provides more of a curb-to-curb service to some of the main locations in town, such as, for example, Walmart or Food Basics. So to assist with that area, whereas On Demand is specifically on Saturday and Sunday evenings, and it's for the entire population.
Okay. So On Demand can go to a residential, like a senior citizens, like the Davy Home Pathways, or is all the senior citizen homes already taken care of from the community bus, including Pathways?
So the community bus is, as mentioned, Monday to Friday, and whereas On Demand is Saturday evenings and Sunday evenings. So they're completely separate initiatives. During On Demand service, it can accommodate and provide service to any bus stop in town. So that would include any bus stop at the old age homes, including Pathways, as well as all the other bus stops in town.
Okay. And sorry, my final question is, On Demand, there's a cost to the passenger, but the community bus, is there a cost? Is there a cost in both, or one or the other?
There is a cost to both. It's the same cost. So if somebody were to pay cash, it's, I believe, $350 to pay cash, or they can use their bus pass for community bus, for the on-demand service, for regular conventional transit.
Okay. Thank you very much for your help. And just in closing, in Ward 1, we have received calls from Pathways to say that the community bus has not been going to Pathways. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Maioni. Of course, we've received a couple of calls. I'm thinking early on there were some challenges with this bus in terms of scheduling on-demand services. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, there was challenges early on when On Demand was launched. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there was, when we launched On Demand, it was very well received by a certain population, and there was, some concerns and complaints, obviously, that came through from other passengers. We worked very closely throughout the first couple of years with the provider VIA to review the back end of the system and make changes and alterations to try and accommodate and overcome some of the complaints that came through.
Okay, so fair to say that over time you've adjusted and mitigated those issues that were going on with the on-demand service. And I would suggest you're open to doing that for the next phase of this project as well?
It's been ongoing. As any concerns or complaints were brought forth, we would do an investigation into each one of them to find out what happened and what we could do, whether it be a change in the back end of the technology or training with the passengers. We've been doing that since the inception, to be honest.
Wonderful. So we will continue to evolve with this as it moves forward from here.
As with any technology or software as a service, Transit would continue to work with the providers and the passengers to improve service, no matter what that service would be.
Wonderful. And thank you for clarifying that this extension is to bring everything together. It's much appreciated that you clarified that tonight. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Councillor Vezo-Allen?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Ms. Meoni. Ms. Meoni, if we do not approve the on-demand extension tonight, how will service delivery be given for Saturday and Sunday evenings moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, should it not be approved, it's not something that can actually be done immediately. Any changes to the service would require a change to our operator's schedule, which is bound by a collective agreement. The collective agreement in regards to the schedule is reviewed and posted quarterly for operators to choose based on seniority. So if it was not to be approved tonight, we would not be able to just cancel service right away, as we have to follow the collective agreement.
So we would have to follow through past September 30th, some sort of contract extension just to keep service on Saturday and Sunday evenings. Is that what I understand?
Yes, so it would have to go past September 30th, which is the reason why there is an extension clause in there as well. And to answer originally your first question, if it were not to be canceled and when we were able to implement it based on the collective agreement and operational changes that would be required to the schedule, it would revert back to the routes that are currently run during Monday to Friday in the evenings at 7:15, which is hourly service.
Okay. And I know you're fully aware of this, but based on feedback from the Accessibility Committee regarding the difficulties and challenges, Councillor Spina brought that up too, regarding the on-demand service, like what are the solutions for servicing levels being able to accommodate much of our ridership needing transit, not having reliable service experience through the on-demand on Saturday and Sunday evenings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen. So I have attended several Accessibility Advisory Committee meetings and met with the members personally, and I do know the challenges that they have had. For certain members or members of the community, we've also provided a lot of training and background in regards to the Parabus service, which they may or may not be eligible for, but we wanted to make sure that they were informed of that. During on-demand service, there's always access to the supervisor on duty. So if any passenger is having troubles with the service or being able to access a bus, they can contact the supervisor directly, and we can either reroute a current bus that's on the road, or we could potentially use a Parabus that's on the road, both of course if available, and it may not be immediate, but we've addressed it that way. And also in regards, we've provided a lot of additional training to different old age homes and anybody else who had requested training in regards to the on-demand app.
Okay. And in terms of the transit optimization study, has accommodation and those with specialities been included in that study that you're aware of?
Yes, we've done a thorough study investigation with all of this, including the accessibility advisor for the city has been heavily involved in this study as well, to make sure that we're really representing the community as a whole in regards to any recommended changes that are going to come forth.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Meoni.
Any other questions on 7.4? Seeing none, we're going to vote on that in the bylaws, sorry.
Do I need to accept it from consent in the bylaw?
Is anyone going to vote against
it
it
in the bylaws? No.
In bylaws, yeah. All right. That brings us to 7.8, which was accepted on the request of Councillor Caputo. So Councillor Caputo, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to accept this from consent because I'm hoping that we can get a more final response on this. I'm hoping to bring to the floor a motion for us to vote on whether or not we should implement this in 2026, rather than just taking the report for information.
Okay. Motion has been described. Moved by Councillor Caputo, seconded by Councillor Bezois.
I do have what I thought I would do is read the resolution to accept this information, but then there's a subsequent motion as well.
Yeah, thank you.
So the subsequent motion would be an amending motion, I suppose, which takes.
It doesn't, because it's just being received as information, they could stand independently. Do you want to do the information vote and then have Councillor Caputo?
Get too nerdy on the procedure here, but I think if we receive it as information, then the report's not before us properly.
And I will read it as an amendment then, which is a motion by Councillors Caputo and Bezois Allen. Resolved that the motion be amended by adding the words that Hope's Cradle be implemented in an appropriate location in 2026.
Okay, so that is moved and seconded, and that is what's before us. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you. So Mayor and Council, tonight we're presented with a rare opportunity to be proactive leaders. We have seen 4 other municipalities in Canada take this step, and each of them face the exact same opposition that we are today. Each of them are also now operating successful Hope's Cradles locations with partnerships with their respective child welfare services, police services, and insurance companies. Hope's Cradle is not meant to be in competition with CAS or police. It complements their hard work. Once implemented in other cities, the cradles were accepted and integrated quite smoothly. So through the report, there was a talk about maximum risk. And right now, our city has maximum risk with 0 protection. If a baby is abandoned unsafely and passes, the city, CAS, and police will face devastating public scrutiny, not for acting, but for failing to act when a solution was available. Installing a Hope's Cradle doesn't increase risk, in my opinion. It manages it. In the report, there was mention of a legal duty of care, and legal duty of care on the city is not a danger. It's the very reason we provide emergency services. Hope's Cradle simply gives us a proactive, structured way to fulfill that duty responsibly. Every city that has successfully installed this cradle, again, has faced these same challenges that we are. But we are given the opportunity today to mitigate the risk and potentially save a life. So without Hope's Cradle, maximum risk. With Hope's Cradle, the city has reduced, managed, and clearly defined risk and potentially is saving lives. Mr. Mayor, I do have some questions for Mr. King, but I was wondering if I can hold them until after council's had a chance to ask questions.
Sure, that's fine, because you move the amendment. Those can be your comments on the amendment, and then you can ask questions on the report. Councillor Bezois as the seconder.
Thank you. I've reached out to other communities, specifically the mayor of Clarington, Adrian Foster, and he gave me this response. So this is when we first brought it forth in June. While we gave serious consideration to the guidance of our professional advisors, We ultimately concluded that the potential to save a life outweighed the concerns raised. Since it's installed, the Cradle has not been used, but importantly, it also has not been misused. So that's from Clarington where they've installed it. And we did receive support from our paramedic chief, Chief Kirkham, and we did receive support from the Knights of Columbus. They said that we heartily support the concept of Hope's Cradle, whereby an unwanted child can be dropped off without judgment. If such a process saves even one life, then it is worthwhile. Also, in terms of Indigenous representation, the Mayor of Clarington also further went on, there is a form when you do surrender a child to Hope's Cradle where they can fill out whatever information they deem pertinent, whether it's, cultural identity, that sort of thing. So I do know that initially we did not have support from then Acting Chief Duguay, nor support from Chief Johnson, but I'm still in hopes that we get support for this, and other communities, specifically Calgary, did it first. And I'm in hopes that the rest of council, finally we can put this to a vote and see it come to fruition or not. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezoil and Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate what my colleagues are trying to bring forward here today. However, our courts have been very clear on this matter, very clear, and we have to take directions from them. In addition, it's been said that other communities have, these cradles where the police and CAS are, partners. Make no mistake, I don't believe they're willing partners. I believe it's a responsibility that has been thrust upon them unwillingly, because the Children's Aid has been clear this is not something they could support, and the police service, I don't believe, should be in this, as well as fire services. So they are unwilling participants, in my opinion, because we've kind of thrust this responsibility, not we, but other communities potentially have thrust this responsibility upon them. Certainly not something I would intend to support here in Sault Ste. Marie. They've been clear in their report to us that this is not something that they believe that they can support going forward. And I believe that we do have to take their opinions forward with us as well. Our own internal team has done their review of this as well. And I think that that's important to realize that they have looked at this from all angles and are providing us the best guidance that I believe that they can. While I believe the intentions are pure, I believe that the application of something like this is far too difficult. A child has the right, and our courts have been clear, a child has the right to know their history, to know where they're from. I believe this type of a thing could rob them of that right. I believe that our society has presented multiple avenues for parents to go down if there is ever the potential that they have to surrender a child. And I know that those avenues already exist, and I know that this is not something that any decision any parent could make lightly. But I have to say for today, although the intentions are pure from my colleagues, it is not something I can support based on the information that is before us today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dufour.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is through you, and I'll just ask it. Has there been an update to the March 31st letter that was provided at our last meeting from Nogda Winneman?
Chief Johnson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, no, there's been no update from them.
Okay, so to be clear, they're still on record as not supporting this program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
That's all your questions? Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, maybe I can ask Councillor Caputo for a clarification, since she knows the program well. Councillor Caputo, can you comment on the mothers? My main concern is research is showing that many more mothers are experiencing postpartum depression. Each mother experiences differently. Some experience it for a few days. Some unfortunately experience for a week or even longer. We know that when a mother is experiencing this, unfortunately, her thoughts may not be very clear. So having said that, her thought at the time during this very difficult moment might be to go and give up her baby. The mother gives up her baby, walks away, still depressed, embarrassed. Who does she turn to? She probably won't turn to anyone. And who will help that mother when everyone else is helping that child? How do we know who the mother is when she is too embarrassed to say, it was me?
Good. Yeah. Great question. And when placing an infant in Hope's Cradle, there is a package that comes along with that for the birth mother to take with her. Inside there are telephone supports. There are specific to Indigenous folks supports. They have anonymous supports if you want them. So there are a number of supports that come with that package specifically. But further than that, any parent placing a child for adoption or Hope's Cradle, they both have the same legal rights. So with an adoption, you can place, and then you have 28 days to change your mind. And there would be like a no questions asked, give back, surrender. Hope's Cradle does offer the same option. So if that birth parent was feeling, the way you're saying, and changed her mind within that time frame, she would be able to have that recourse in the same way that she would with an adoption. Going further than that, I think then she would be dealing with Children's Aid. And she would obviously be pretty easily identifiable, right? If it was like, I dropped a baby off at Sault Ste. Marie Fire Station on July 24th, this is my child, someone could identify that was true or untrue, and the process would go from there. So does that answer?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. That clarifies it. Very helpful. Comments now?
Yep.
Okay. I appreciate your support in children and mothers. I really do. But at this time, I cannot support this initiative. I strongly feel that it still rejects the best practice standards in child welfare, adoption, foster care, and pre- and postnatal care. It also, in my opinion, in my research as a nurse, I researched this, opposes family preservation and also harms children and their families. I feel strongly that we have professionals out there in our society, in our community, that fully cares for child welfare, fully cares and understands foster care. By offering this particular initiative, I feel we're saying the message that we don't support and we don't believe in the current support systems that are out there right now. There are many, many great people that are doing excellent work in foster care and also in child welfare and also pre- and postnatal care. And I think if you want to pursue this, I can appreciate that, but I think the message we're sending is that those systems are broken. I don't think they are broken. I think they just need more support, like social services, more perhaps money, more volunteers, more staffing. So in conclusion, who is there to help the mother? I appreciate that you explained that there'll be phone numbers. I appreciate that there'll be a package. But again, that mother is still going to feel isolated. Who's going to encourage that mother to open up that package, to pick up the telephone or email or whatever? I have experienced mothers as a nurse that have gone through depression. And having a nurse, having a foster care, having Children's Aid Society or a midwife checking on them has been very effective, holding their hands. Unfortunately, postpartum depression is on the rise, and the positive side is that it's identifiable. People are identifying it now. And when mothers go home from the hospital, their care continues on. So in conclusion, when she, the mother, is in postpartum depression, her whole world is upside down. I don't think she is at the right spot to make this decision. I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Scott, did you have your hand up? Sorry, I saw some movement there. Any other councillors before we go back to Councillor Caputo? Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank Councillor Caputo and Vesualen for bringing this forward. I will not be supporting this. I don't think fire services should be taking this responsibility. Training will be required. An additional person must be there 24/7. I think you have other child service agencies that can take this on, and not the city of Sault Ste. Marie. And, I don't know if Councillor Caputo or Vesualen checked with these child service agencies if they're available to take this, but to put it on our fire services, I don't think that's the right avenue to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Caputo?
At this time, I am going to hold my questions. I'll respect how everyone else wants to vote, and I'll keep it short.
Do you have additional comments or no?
No.
For my part, I think this is a very noble cause, Councillor Caputo. Very noble cause, Councillor Vesualen. Just don't think it's something that the municipality ought to be involved in. There are child protection and support services out there. We always, criticize the province or federal government for handing down provincial and federal issues for the municipality to take care of. This is one that we would be taking on without anyone having asked us to take it on, without anyone having downloaded it to us. And I simply don't think that we are the best organization to do that. The organizations exist and should be left to those properly funded, properly, legally protected organizations to do that. So for that reason, I will not support it. We can vote on the matter. All in favor? All opposed? That is defeated. I don't know what the tally was there.
It's defeated 8-2. So voting in favor, Councillors Vesualen, and voting in the negative, Mayor Shoemaker, Councillors Hollingsworth, Spina, Dufour, Zagordo, Bruni, Kinnick, Scott, and Councillor Gardy is absent.
So that was on the amendment to implement it. And so we'll receive it as information.
Yeah, it's not saying, it's not letting it recorded vote, but
We can do a hand vote. All in favor of receiving it as information? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried unanimously to receive it as information.
And brings us to agenda item 7.10, the Seniors Drop-In Center Second Extension Agreement. It is, there's not a vote on this specific item. There is a bylaw that will be accepted because of the pecuniary interests of Councillor Dufour and the mayor, but if anybody has any questions, now's the time.
Council, any questions? Seeing none. Take a vote.
There isn't, the vote will be when
there's
we
no
do the
vote.
bylaws, so we'll call you back up here when the bylaws are read. And that brings us to agenda item 8.1.1, the former Sioux Area Hospital site update. Again, the action item is a bylaw that will be read with all bylaws, but this would be the appropriate time for questions.
Thanks, Council. I know this has been a long-standing matter that has been before us. All of us, I think, when the approval was given for the purchase last year and the quick turnaround for the RFP, and then some early hope that this would be resolved quickly, didn't come to fruition. But I am happy to say, very happy to say, that after 10 months of working on it, Mr. Vayer, Ms. Borowitz-Sibnick, who's not here at the moment, Mr. King, before him, Ms. Fields, Larry Girardi, and numerous others in the organization put in lots of time to make sure that the right deal was reached with GIP and Russia Developments to see the Reno property redeveloped into whether that be apartments or condos, and see the general hospital building torn down within 12 months of the closing date, which will be October 1st. I put out some media over the weekend, but I think the salient point of that is that this was never going to be like buying a new house on an empty piece of property. A new build starting on a greenfield is not what was being bought and sold here. It's a 100-year-old property. The plumber site has been on it for years, for roughly 100 years. The general building, I think, is about 75 years old. It was a fairly heavy use with the hospital being on it. Prior to that, I know that there were tanks on it. And so this is a tough deal, and it's been a tough deal that communities across the province have been trying to tackle for years. There was the same type of situation in Sudbury. I know that the media has been comparing our hospital project to theirs for quite some time. Hopefully, we will, have an even shorter time frame between when ours closed and when ours gets demolished than theirs. I think we're, by calendar time frame ahead of them by about a year or two in terms of their hospital having closed earlier, but also having started demolition just recently. The other aspect that I think is important to note is that the property was costing us money when it was sitting idle, owned by Mr. Ferrari. I mean, it had become clear that Mr. Ferrari was playing the system. And the best we were ever going to do was make sure that if a boarded window came open, he was going to reboard it. And that was simply unacceptable for the balance or bulk of the community, I would say. We'd spent $110,000 or $115,000 trying to enforce court orders against him that never improved the unsightliness of the building. It just helped close it back up again. And then to boot, he put up a nice barbed wire fence around the property to make it all that much more unsightly. 500 hours of staff time had been used in the past, prior to us taking initiative, trying to enforce the bylaws on the property. That's only those hours that were tracked, likely many 100 hours more over the course of the last 15 years. So a couple of other important points that I think often get overlooked is, one, the city never owned this property. I'm not sure how many times any of us can repeat that, but the city never owned the hospital. It was owned by the Sioux Area Hospital Board before the Sioux Area Hospital Board moved to their new location, and they sold it. And they sold it with the general and plumber and renal building. The plumber was redeveloped, and the renal and general were resold and multiple times over, and ultimately landed in the hands of Italo Ferrari, who let the property become decrepit and unsightly, and essentially he was a slumlord over the property. So it was this council that took the initiative that instead of spending more money on a regular basis than we were taking in taxes, we put out the initial investment to wrestle it from Mr. Ferrari, and we are going to get that investment back. somewhere between 6 to 12 years. The reason there's such a wide range is because if it's a 5-story building, it'll be different to rate of return than if it's a 10-story building than if it's a 15-story building. So at the minimum, 6 years, by the end of the next council term, this matter will be, this property will be generating funds. And at the longest, 12 years. So I think that for all the lack of activity or positive development that went on that site over the last 12 years, we have put it in place where that is not going to be the case for the next 12 years. And so I think that, staff and GFL and Ruscio deserve all the plaudits we can give them for putting in the work to get this deal done right and to get it done in much longer time frame than I think any of us had hoped it would, but it's here before us for approval. And I think it is a good deal that will achieve the result that we were going for. So I will open the floor to any questions if there are any. Councillor Venezuela.
Through you, Mayor, and I think we're all very relieved that this has come to fruition. I would just like Mr. Vare to give us an outline as to the time frame, such as, October 1st is the when the deal is going to be fulfilled. What in terms of demolition, development, all of that. If you could give us an overview of the expected timeframes, that would be fantastic.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen. So as you stated, the closing date will be October 1st for the property. From that date, GIP will have 45 days to do the demolition commencement. Now, I will add that GIP has been in the building and working over the past year, doing demolition work on the interior of the building. So as of the closing date, they will start bringing some of the materials that are outlined in the agreement to the landfill. So you'll start to see activity on that site as of the close date. As mentioned, within 45 days, they will commence demolition. The demolition of that former general site to take place within 12 months. On the other side, Ruscio Construction on the Reno building has 12 months to submit its building permits to start the work on renovating that property. Then we have, so demolition within 12 months of the former general hospital, then within 36 months there to submit the master plan for the entire site to the city. And then within 5 years, take out building permits for the construction of new development.
So is it, in terms of the master plan, is it based from the date of October 1st or once the demolition is done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, that is from the closing date.
Okay. And then in terms of the demolition itself, especially communicating with the neighbors and making sure that there's limited disruption for them, is there a requirement for communication with the neighbors? How is that going to look in terms of the neighborhood and that kind of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, certainly GIP will submit the demolition plan to building for approval. And then as the owner of the property and the entity taking on that demolition, they will have point people for communications with the neighbors and someone who can answer any questions about the process.
Okay, so like we received weekly updates for the Queen Street reconstruction from Daryl Maws, is there a way that we can have that same type of communication? Because I think it's really important, because I know, it's an established neighborhood, lots of families, and like a project of that scope is going to obviously create, while everyone's going to be really happy to see it go down, the process of taking it down is going to be obviously disruptive. Is there a way that we can have that same type of weekly update?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, and certainly that's something we can discuss with GIP as the process goes forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. My questions with the timeline was clearly answered, but 2 questions about the landfill. We're always concerned about the landfill capacity. Do we need to be concerned since this is such a large building? Can I have some positive feedback that we should be okay with our landfill?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, certainly we've coordinated with our staff in Public Works in terms of the volumes that the city will see from this site and the projected materials that will be coming there, and we're confident that we can accommodate those.
Okay. And so in your opinion, they won't have to ship any of the landfill out of town to more of a commercial size landfill? And hence, if they do, is that additional cost to us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, outside of the tonnage that we've allowed at our landfill, anything above and beyond that, that will be GIP's responsibility to pay for and determine where they're taking that waste.
Okay. And do we have a contingency plan, meaning that do we have a little bit of money on the side should we run into a situation where, that we're just not foreseeing? I mean, you talked about the landfill, but is there something maybe with the water or something sewers or something in case there's a contingency, my speech impediment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, through the agreement, should council approve and it closes on October 1st, the property will be owned by GIP and it'll be their responsibility to look after the site, and any cost overruns with the demolition will be theirs.
Okay, last question. And do we have to be concerned about our roads being used with regards to hauling this large material up to the landfill? Are we concerned about any particular road that they're using? And if so, do we need to put a condition on it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, staff will work with GIP to outline the truck routes to take the demolition waste to the landfill, and those will follow our traditional truck routes for any truck traffic. So there's no exceptional concern with this project.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few short questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, through you to Mr. Ver, I believe. Is it 12 or 15 years that project has sat vacant? Sorry, the property has sat vacant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I don't have that number in front of me, but I think
2011. I looked it up today.
2011. Wonderful. Yeah. It's actually pretty good. So, yeah, approximately 15 years, 14 years that property is sat vacant. Okay. And roughly speaking, not the exact date, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Ver, when did the property come into our hands, city's hands? Knowing that what the mayor said is very true, we have never owned this property in the past.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, it was approximately October of last year.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a comment on one of the comments that you had made, that that this took longer than anyone wanted. So to be clear, when this property went into the hands of developers like Mr. Ferrari, it sat for 14 years with zero development, with nothing happening, and no positive movement at all. In less than a year, our staff were not only able to take that project and move it forward to a positive conclusion, but they were also able to put expectations into the contracts with the contractor that not only will they purchase the property, but they will develop the property in what I believe is a very reasonable timeline. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, that it took longer than anyone wanted, but if we look at the history of this property, the history of the owners, I have to say that our staff did a tremendous job in not only bringing this to a successful conclusion, but also providing the safety and the security that our community needs going forward to ensure that the property is developed and not left like this to happen again with a similar type of landlord. So I do want to applaud the work of staff. I know they worked tirelessly on this, and I know that in a very short period of time, our community will be applauding their work as well when they see the efforts moving forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Other councillors with questions? Okay, seeing none. There's a vote in the bylaws on that.
And that should take us to board and committee appointments. So I have a motion by Councillors Gardy and Dufour, resolved that all items listed under date. Oh, sir. Spina. Resolved that all the items listed under date September 22, 2025, agenda item 8.8.2, board and committee appointments, save and accept agenda item 8.8.2.2 be approved as recommended.
This is for all the committees except the Downtown Development Committee.
That's correct, because there'll be a simultaneous recorded vote on that one.
So,
The This is a consent motion. So it's to approve the appointments to cultural vitality, environmental sustainability, property standards, and Sault Ste. Marie economic development.
All in favor? Carries.
And with respect to 8.8.2.2, that's the Downtown Development Committee. Both Mayor Shoemaker and Councillor Kinnick have indicated an interest in serving on that committee, so we will have a simultaneous recorded vote. The Deputy City Clerk, there's paper at each of your seats. If you write your name and the name of either Mayor Shoemaker or Councillor Kinnick to sit on that committee, then the Deputy City Clerk will collect those, and I will read them out with both the name of the councillor and the name of the councillor they have written on their paper.
So who you're voting for and your own name.
That's correct. Councillor Bruni has voted for Mayor Shoemaker. Mayor Shoemaker has voted for Mayor Shoemaker. Councillor Dufour, Mayor Shoemaker. Councillor Hollingsworth for Councillor Kinnick. Councillor Vezowalan, Mayor Shoemaker. Councillor Zagordo for Mayor Shoemaker. Councillor Scott for Mayor Shoemaker. Councillor Kinnick for Councillor Kinnick. Councillor Spina for Mayor Shoemaker. And Councillor Caputo for Mayor Shoemaker. So I'll ask Acting Mayor Caputo. So motion by Councillor Scott and Dufour resolved that Mayor Shoemaker and community members Isabella Baratti, Dennis Houle, Jamie McDonald, Donatello Marini, Jason Nacarado, Mary Lynn O'Brien, Andre Riopel, and Sophia Stone be appointed to the Downtown Development Committee from September 22, 2025 to December 31, 2026.
All in favor? Unanimous. Carried, right? We're good. Oh, yeah, carried.
And under agenda item 9, a motion by Councillors Vezowalan and Gardy, whereas the Government of Canada declared Kindness Week as the third week of February, and whereas the Federal Kindness Week Act was enacted in 2021, and whereas the Act states that kindness encourages values such as empathy, respect, gratitude, and compassion, and whereas the 2023 end of the year message from Governor General Mary Simon implored Canadians to let us rekindle our connections to one another and face challenges, change, and progress with a renewed sense of unity and commitment to make the country a better and kinder place. And whereas Kindness Week is celebrated in other Canadian communities, and whereas by taking part in Kindness Week, community members are helping make a positive impact in our city. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Sault Ste. Marie officially declares the third week of February as Kindness Week and promotes kindness activities throughout the community. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Vezowalan.
Thank you. Committee members came to me, led by Frank Sarlo and Peter Vaudreuil, asking for us to have a formalization for Kindness Week. There is a committee of 9, and I want to recognize Diane Morrell, who's been here through a very long council meeting, and she's on the committee. So they have quite a few plans in place Specifically, they're going to create a children's book that they're going to distribute free throughout all the school boards. Tammy McFadden and Jennifer Barone are our illustrator and writer. And they're really wanting to kind of facilitate something similar to what you see in Denmark, where there's empathy teaching for ages 6 to 16, which they've proven has, direct impacts on stopping bullying, in terms of social disorder, there's been impacts. So I'm really happy to be part of this committee of 9. I think they're not here tonight because they actually had another meeting. They're putting together a website. And it was very interesting when Elder Darrell said, we need to be more kind. So happy to support the work of Mr. Sarlo. He's been such a contributor to our community. And I'm just in hopes that my colleagues on council are unanimous. And again, I want to reach out to Diane and thank her for being here for the duration of council tonight.
And apologies to Diane. I thought she was here for the entirety of the council agenda. I would have moved this up if I knew she was here just for this. Councillor Spina, you've agreed to courtesy seconded in Councillor Gardy's absence.
Yes, thank you. I know Councillor Gardy was fully in support of this. I'm happy to move this, second this, sorry, for him.
Okay, council, any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we can vote on the matter. All in favor? That carries.
Bruni and Councillor Kinnick. That will bring us to agenda item 9.3, a motion by Councillors Kinnick and Bruni, whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie, under the authority of the Municipal Act, may impose fees and charges for services and the use of municipal facilities. And whereas the City of Sault Ste. Marie and its residents invest significant municipal dollars in the operation, maintenance, and improvement of recreation facilities and programs for the benefit of its residents. And whereas surrounding municipalities and unorganized areas have access to city-operated recreational facilities and services, though they do not directly contribute through municipal property taxation to the cost of their operation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be requested to report back to council as part of the 2026 budget process with a plan to either increase non-resident recreation fees or establish community-to-community agreements with surrounding townships.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolution is about fairness, sustainability, and alignment with best practices across Ontario. Our library already uses this model. It has 6 contracting communities, which includes Awares, Goolies and District, Searchmount, Tarbuck and Tarbuck Additional, Laird Township, and McDonald, Meredith, and Aberdeen. Other surrounding townships not stated, their residents are charged a user fee to use our library. We invest millions of dollars each year to operate, maintain, and improve our recreational facilities, which are paid for primarily through property taxes. Yet residents from surrounding townships and unorganized areas are able to access these same services without directly contributing through taxation. This resolution asks staff to bring forward a plan as part of the 2026 budget process that would either create non-resident fees or establish community-to-community agreements with surrounding municipalities. It is about ensuring that everyone who uses these facilities contributes fairly to their sustainability. Supporting this resolution will help us protect long-term viability of our recreation services while providing some levy relief for Suites. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. Councillor Bruni. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to either yourself or Mr. Ver. I seem to recall having a conversation with both yourself and CEO White at the time about something similar. Could you elaborate? I can't remember the response I got, but I think it was something like they do, right? Like Prince Township residents do pay more for certain things. Is that correct?
Councillor Bruni and I moved to resolution 2017. I just looked it up to charge 5% extra to Prince residents and, well, not just Prince, any residents that don't have a Sault Ste. Marie address at the landfill. That's if they check their license, which I think is the delineating factor. It doesn't happen to everyone, but if there's a reason to believe, I think someone is not from the Sioux, then they would check their license and charge them extra.
Okay, so I couldn't remember the specifics, but I do remember this coming up even last term, I think. So yeah, I'm in support of this, obviously, because I'm also the one who voted against the agreement that the police services have with Prince, because I think it's unfair. So yeah, this has my support. I'm hopeful that we can get some good information back. And even I like the establishing a community agreement, because I think that's a good, fair, equitable way to do something rather than just go ahead and charge extra if they're willing to cooperate. So yeah, this has my support, and thank you for clarification on that.
Councillor Spina?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think probably to Mr. Lamming first. First question, I think. If I'm wrong, please redirect me. User fees for things like our facilities, our rinks, are they, I know we've talked about them a lot. Are they appropriate to cover the cost of use for the hours of the rink? Or, sorry, rink or facility?
To be Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spina, all our facilities operate at a deficit, so it's cost recovery of a portion right now.
Right, so if I were to rent the ice, am I covering the cost of that hour of the ice?
To be Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spina, you're not covering the full cost.
Okay, so how much are we covering, roughly?
To be Mr. Mayor, Councillor Spina, it depends from facility to facility. If you're renting a turf versus an ice surface versus a field, so it's varied from each location.
Okay.
Cost to maintain.
And I see Mr. Anderson's here, so perhaps next question to Mr. Anderson. Actually, Mr. Anderson, you were present with me at a baseball tournament recently. And I forget how many teams came into town through that tournament. Can you tell me roughly the economic impact of teams like that coming and using our facilities?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Spina. I know historically on the Labor Day long weekend, we've held a number of provincial championships for baseball, and stemming in the hundreds of players from out of town. We've had an economic impact of well over $1 million from those events per event, based on the extended stays as well as the number of players and families. So it's been quite significant.
Okay, and that's just in recent years?
Yes.
And that's just baseball?
That's just baseball. Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to ask about, and I know I'm putting you on the spot for numbers here, but if I were to ask you to include hockey and other sports where they use city-run facilities or swim meets?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I mean, if you were to factor in all of those sports, and over the course of the past couple of years, it'd be over, rough math, probably close to $10 million.
An economic impact within our community. Okay, so if we were to charge a some kind of a surf fee or an additional fee to individuals, is there a risk of them not coming to the Sioux and going to other areas? I don't know.
We'd have to do some cost analysis to see what remains competitive, but through the TDFs, a number of those organizations have applied, and actually the TDF has paid those rental fees.
Okay, yeah, so we've paid it through the tourism fund, through the organization that has put on the tournament, or?
I think just to kind of reiterate, like, we'd want to do some analysis to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position that we're going to potentially lose some of those sporting events.
Okay.
Councillor Spina, the motion does ask for a report, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Actually, good point. So my next comment was going to be that this is asking for a report. So I think, and as I just think about it in my own mind, I think that we enjoy the benefit of using facilities in other communities that neighbor us as well. And I can think of Rankin off the top of my head. I mean, I'm there quite often with the arena that's in Rankin, and they don't charge us an additional fee to use their facility. So I think I'm happy to support the motion to get a report back. I think I would really want to see a fulsome report on this, though, because I think what Mr. Anderson is alluding to here is that there's a much greater economic benefit to our community than potentially a liability as we're looking at it here. So I think I will support the motion as it stands in order to get a report, but I would be very interested in a very fulsome report.
Thank you. Mr. Bezuela?
I did live in the Windsor area. So there's Windsor, Tecumseh, Amherstburg, and LaSalle. And we did pay extra fees. It was very nominal. So if I went to, because my kids were little, if I went to a play group at the Windsor Rec Center, because I lived in LaSalle, I might pay an extra $1 or $2. I think in terms of the report, tournaments and that sort of thing, I don't know that that would be included because they're hosted by the local organization. So I'm thinking that the essence of the resolution, if I can get some clarification from Councillor Kinnick, it's that sort of for those, I'm signing up for a gymnastics class, or I'm signing up for whatever class that is, like as an individual, not based on like larger scale tournaments that we ourselves host and invite other folks in. So if I could get some clarification from Councillor Kinnick, I would appreciate that.
Yes, Councillor Vaiswell, you are correct. It would be like more like an additional, like a local league to enroll in if you're, because like, for example, if we had a concert at the GFL, how would we, like the concert would be for everybody, right? You wouldn't charge extra or there's like an event like that, right?
So it's for recreational use. Okay. I will support this and look forward to seeing the report as it stands.
Thank you. Councillor Bernard? No. Councillor Caputo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick note. I was in contact with someone recently who had some questions about U.S. soccer teams practicing in our Canadian facility. And so if that could be included in this report, just for clarity as to like who's going to be charged, if it's a Canadian who's playing U.S. soccer in the U.S. or hockey in the U.S., just because I know that that has been a large concern for some people in the community. If Councillor Kinnick doesn't mind, and if you don't mind, if we could just like make sure that it's very clear when we do that and just sort of look over that factor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I mean, that's a whole hornet's nest issue that I think gets into, if you're a resident but playing for an American league, does that qualify? But perhaps there can be some clarification on that in the report, Mr. Vera or Ms. Mayoni or Mr. Lamming, whoever wants to stick their hand into that bee's nest. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed?
It's 9 in favor, 2 absent.
There's only one person absent.
Sorry. You came back. I'll change that. And agenda item 9.4, allotting mat tax to activate downtown Plaza. A motion by councillors Caputo and Vazoalan. Whereas the municipal accommodation tax is a tax charged at a rate of 6% to guests staying in short-term accommodations within Sault Ste. Marie to ensure that visitors help fund local tourism. And whereas revenues are mandated to be reinvested into marketing and product development that benefit both residents and tourists, contributing to Sault Ste. Marie's economic and cultural growth. And whereas a portion of the MAT fund remains within the City Tourism Division to support tourism-related product development initiatives and operations. And whereas the Downtown Plaza is a piece of local infrastructure that can and should host local events and experiences promoting tourism. And whereas the current budget for events at the Downtown Plaza is very limited. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to report back to council with a detailed budget to provide adequate funding from MAT to properly activate the Downtown Plaza during all 4 seasons.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The Downtown Plaza is a roughly $12 million investment meant to be a gathering place for our community and a driver of tourism. While I was not part of the council that approved its construction, I believe that we now have a responsibility to ensure that this space reaches its full potential. The plaza is a beautiful venue with the capacity to host a wide range of events, but its activation and marketing are currently underfunded, which puts it at risk of being another underutilized space in our city. Residents have made it clear they do not want to shoulder additional costs, which is why allocating municipal accommodation tax dollars is a practical solution. This funding would allow us to properly program, promote, and activate the plaza without increasing the tax burden on the local taxpayer. By investing in its success, we can turn the plaza into a true community asset and help our city and tourism grow. Thank you.
Councilor Venezuelan?
Thank you. Just echoing Councillor Caputo, we don't want this to go into a tax burden for the taxpayer. Looking at what already is available there through the municipal accommodation tax. You know, the events that I've attended at the plaza are really amazing, from, you know, poutine feast to there was the multicultural festival, which was huge, to the puck drop and all of the above. And costs are rising, and we need to make sure that staff is adequately provided with the tools and the budget so that they can hold events and promote events. So I'm hopeful that staff can come back with a report in how best we can use some allocations from the MAT to further enhance the offerings that we can have at the plaza. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hollingsworth?
Thank you. I'm not sure who to direct this question to, so through you, Mayor, maybe I'll start with Mr. Vare. The Roberta Bondar has different events. Do we currently use the MAT tax to offset costs for events that are held at the Roberta Bondar Center?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, not on a annual budgeted basis. It would just be sometimes the Bondar Pavilion is used for events that tourism supports, but not on a regular basis.
Okay. And Bellevue Park, is the band shelter still there? And do we hold events at the band shelter?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, the band shelter is still there. There are some events that are held there at the Bellevue Park.
Okay. So if I'm reading this resolution correctly, the MAT tax would just be for the downtown plaza and not these other city venues.
That's not the intention at all. What I'm asking for is that when the budget comes back, that we can use whatever we see fit as council to fund it through MAT. I think it's fair to say if you wanted to see the Roberta Bondar or the band shell or whatever funded by MAT, you could do something like this. But this resolution is, yes, just for downtown plaza.
Okay. And last question, I just feel strongly that if we're using the MAT hypothetically for just the downtown, we have wonderful events that happen elsewhere in the city. I think the MAT should be fairly used for the other events areas and not just single out one area when we're all in this together. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Councilor Kinnick?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Anderson, I believe. So in the past, when we were coming with the waterfront development plan, we increased the MAT tax from 4% to 6% because there was a shortfall in funding to fund the waterfront development. So how would us pulling from the MAT account towards downtown plaza funding or operationals, how would that affect the waterfront development plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor to Councilor Kinnick, you are correct. We did request an increase in the MAT as part of our strategy to fund the waterfront design plan. So in theory, funds that are allocated towards other elements, obviously would reduce that funding. I think as part of the report, we would look at the total MAT funding available and determine whether or not there's an appropriate amount to be allocated, I would say, for events, and determine whether that's appropriate. But I think obviously a report is needed to determine whether or not what the total dollar value could be potentially.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of skeptical, but I'm interested to see your report. Thank you.
Councilor Dufour?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just through you, would the report that comes back be able to get feedback from the new Downtown Development Committee before it comes back to council?
I just got elected to that committee, so make that my first item of business. Councillor Dufour, any other questions? Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ver. Mr. Ver, how much revenue have we been receiving from the plaza? Like, are we reinvesting that money back into the plaza?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, yes, any proceeds that we would get from the plaza would be used for plaza events. It is a cost center, obviously, to put on events and run events there. So to your question, there's a budget for the plaza, and staff work within that budget and manage those funds to support plaza events.
I'm just puzzled when in the report it says that more money is required at the plaza. But if it does bring in revenue, how much revenue does it bring? So does it need the mat tax? That's all I'm saying. How much revenue is coming in from the plaza?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. It's not a significant amount of money that would be brought in. I think to the resolution, the idea is how, using MAT funds to enhance the programming beyond the existing municipal budget for the plaza. And in order to grow that programming in the plaza, additional funds would be required, and that's why the resolution was pointing to the MAT to explore that as an option.
I'm just weighing it out, how much revenue is coming in to offset the mat that we don't have to provide all the mat money to the downtown plaza. That's what I'm looking at.
I think that'll probably form part of the report, Councillor Bruni.
Sure, no, it's no problem.
Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, probably to Mr. Ver, but potentially someone else that may answer as well. What is the existing budget? We talked about this would supplement the existing budget for this, perhaps to Mr. Laming? Without salaries, by the way.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, I just had the all-in budget, but the budget for the plaza is 156,000 net after the revenue.
And that's for doing events?
Oh, that's the all-in.
That's the all-in budget. What would the budget be to do events?
I'd have to break that out for you and get back to you.
Would it be insignificant?
I wouldn't want to guess off the top of my head, so it'd take some time.
Would it be sufficient?
Mr. Mayor.
Sufficiency is determined by council.
Say sufficient, we will always take more to.
Well, yeah, would it be sufficient to meet our expectations, I guess, is what I'm asking for. So it sounds like I would say it's probably not sufficient. So I think that any increase we can provide without adding to the levy is a good thought from what I'm looking at here. So from what I'm seeing, the staff down there are working their tail off, and as with Public Works, doing it with not much that we give them. So if we found a way, if there is a way for us to give more without costing the taxpayers, I think that's something that's worth exploring. So I'm happy to see the report come back.
Any other councillors? Okay, we can have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 10-1. Councillor Hollingsworth.
So Bruni?
In favor.
So that carries 9-1 with Councillor Hollingsworth voting in the negative and Councillor Hardy being. That will bring us to bylaws. I have a motion by Councillor Scott and Bezo Allen. Resolved that all bylaws under item 12 of the agenda under date September 2025, save and accept bylaw 2025-140 be approved.
All in favor?
Bylaw 2025-140 is accepted on account of the mayor's pecuniary interest and Councillor Dufour's. electronic agenda just quit.
It's not my fault.
Hey, it's a motion by Councillor Scott and Bezuellen, resolved that bylaw 2025-140 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the second extension agreement between the city and Sault Ste. Marie Housing Corporation for a lease of space for seniors drop-in center located at 619 and 615 Bay Street be passed in open council this 22nd day of September 2025.
All in favor? That carries.
And just wait, I will vote in the affirmative for you. You need to stay here for the adjournment. Councillor Zagordo in the affirmative. And Councillor Kinnick in the affirmative. I have a resolution by Councillor Scott, and I'm going to switch it to Bezuellen that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? That carries. Good evening.